from Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes
My goodness.
and magnificent landmarks
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
at the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
Oh, this is stepping back in time.
Join me and a host of celebrities
I can't believe people lived here.
with a passion for the past
It really is a little hidden treasure, isn't it?
as we travel the length and breadth of the nation
This is really exciting.
with unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
Would you like to see some of his speeches that I brought from the archive in
No,
Cambridge?
not yes. From the highest heights, there's a heck of a view from up here, to the deepest depths. We've got stalactites here.
We'll uncover the secrets
Here he is.
Oh,
still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
it's good job I'm slim. These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches
It's so big, it's so intricate, it's so beautiful.
and treasures of one of our most loved institutions. Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust.
Chartwell was home to a man who was indisputably one of the greatest Britons of the 20th century, Sir Winston Churchill. He first moved to this picturesque valley overlooking the Weald of Kent in 1924 with his wife Clementine and remained here across 40 momentous years. As husband and father, as prolific writer and artist, and as the powerful Prime Minister who led Britain to victory in the Second World War. And throughout this remarkable life and career, Chartwell remained a source of comfort and pleasure for Churchill as his beloved family home. Restored to its 1930s prime, within its walls, we can get a fascinating insight into both his and British life. Coming up, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to look at a historic Churchill speech. So these are the actual pieces of paper that he held in his hand.
Absolutely.
A privileged look at his signature belongings never seen by the public.
A really iconic part of Churchill's wardrobe.
Oh, my goodness! A bow tie. Come on, then, what else have we got in this Aladdin's cave? And an extraordinary insight into his most passionate hobby.
It's the home he loved, depicted by his own hand, a really crucial point in his life and the history of our country.
Chartwell tells the story of a great man who led the nation through turbulent times, but also reveals how Churchill escaped the pressures of leadership. Also tonight, Dan Jones uncovers the hidden base ordered by Churchill to defend our shores.
So now I can see it. You've got all these bunk beds down each side. That's absolutely amazing.
And Miriam O'Reilly unearths a World War II covert operation.
It looks like a hobbit hole in the woods.
But first, I'm in the heart of the stunning Kent countryside at Chartwell, where I'm meeting the Trust's Catherine Carter. What a way to say hello on a crisp, snowy morning. Do you know, I don't know of any house I'm visiting that has got so much sort of exciting atmosphere attached to it that I can't get to wait inside. Because, I think, it was Churchill's family home. That's key to me.
Oh, definitely. So he moved here in the 20s, so quite a long time before the war, and spent the rest of his life here. So it really was the family home that they had for 40 years. His 4 children brought up here, and Chartwell's just such a wonderful playground for all of them.
He fell in love with it, didn't he?
He did. From the moment he saw it, he absolutely loved Chartwell, particularly the views. The views are what he loved most about this very special place.
Is it too much to say that this was the most important house in Europe at that time?
Not at all. I think that that phrase, the most important country house in Europe, really is very true for Chartwell, and it really did become almost like another branch of the Foreign Office here in Kent. It was that crucial to the conduct of the years leading up to the war.
It seems to me as though you're as excited about this place as I am.
Absolutely.
Where do we start to get a feeling of the man, the flavour of the house and his relationship with it?
If I was going to send you to one place, I think the study is where you should go.
The heart of the heart. Come on.
The house was frequented by family, friends, political dignitaries and stars throughout Churchill's time here, and these are all diligently recorded in Chartwell's visitors' book, with famous names such as the Queen and Charlie Chaplin jumping off the page. Alan Packwood is the director of the Churchill Archive. He's taking me to the study to uncover a special and unique piece of British history.
There's something hugely powerful about the atmosphere in a room where history was made.
Absolutely. This is the heart of the machine. It's from this room that Churchill in the 1930s conducted his one-man campaign against the government. But of course it was one man supported by one woman, and we mustn't forget Clementine.
Clementine was such a powerful force in his life, wasn't she?
She was his rock, and actually she ran this household around him, and that can't have been an easy task. But she was also one of the few people who he would really listen to and who he trusted.
The words of his speeches would have first echoed through the walls of this room, wouldn't they?
Absolutely.
You can see him sort of walking. I bet there's a trough down here where he walked up and down with the cigar. Secretary sitting down over there.
Would you like to see some of his speeches that I brought from the archive in
No,
Cambridge?
not yes. These are the actual pages that Churchill read from. How often do these see the light of day?
Well, these are stored in the Churchill Archive in Cambridge. They're locked in our secure, fireproof vault. It's very rare that we bring out the originals. These particular pages come from the speech that he delivered in the House of Commons on the 5th of October, 1938.
So these are written in Churchill's wilderness years. Chamberlain has just come back with peace in our time, and he doesn't believe a word of it.
That's absolutely right. This is Churchill's response to that crisis. He has been warning about the dangers of appeasing Nazi Germany since 1933.
Why didn't they listen to him?
Well, I think you have to remember, of course, that this country had been through the horrors and the tragedy of the First World War, and the last thing that anyone wanted was another conflict.
But this is classic Churchill oratory, isn't it? Never will you have a friendship between the British democracy and the Nazi power. This is Churchill at his strongest, isn't it?
And look at how he sets it out on the page. So it's set out like poetry to give him his rhythm, to give him his pauses, to give him his emphasis.
These punchy points. 5 years of futile good intention. 5 years of eager search for line of least resistance, 5 years of uninterrupted retreat, 5 years neglect of our edifice.
Yeah.
You can, it makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What tragedies, what horrors, what crimes has Hitler and all that Hitler stands for brought upon Europe and the world?
Churchill wrote his speeches late into the evening, so it made sense that his bedroom was just next door.
Oh goodness, it really is only a footstep away, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Straight into his bedroom.
Yeah, hit the inner sanctum.
Out of the study, and here you are. Portrait of his father above his head. Jenny, his mother. This is a nest in a way, isn't it?
Very much so. And of course, in the mornings, he would wake up and his preference was to work from bed. So his papers would be brought to him. You can imagine a secretary being summoned and she would be sitting at the end of the bed here taking down dictations as he worked through everything.
And then after breakfast in bed, into the bath,
yes,
right?
well, about mid-morning when he'd finished working through his papers, he would take a good and long bath. But of course, being Churchill, he wouldn't stop working. The secretary might well remain in here, and you can imagine him dictating through the door. And then, of course, you have lunch. And lunch in Chartwell isn't going to be a small-scale affair. You're going to be talking 3 courses, perhaps visitors and guests.
And then the afternoon?
Well, the afternoon, he might well retire for a nap. And he believed in doing that properly. He believed in getting undressed, getting into his pyjamas, getting back into bed, and have a proper rest.
And that would fuel him for the rest of the day.
Well, then more work, of course, leading into dinner. Perhaps with more guests. You can imagine him trying out phrases from the speeches that he was working on. talking politics, perhaps till quite late in the evening. He wouldn't retire to bed. He would come back up into the study and perhaps do a further 2 hours before finally coming through and retiring. I mean, he is doing in 24 hours what it would take the rest of us 1.5 or 2 days to do, which is perhaps why he said that a day away from Chartwell was a day wasted.
It is astonishing that he could run that regime over such a long life and achieve so much, but the secret is clearly the bed.
Chartwell in Kent was the family home of Sir Winston Churchill. It reveals a man with a steadfast passion for his work and one who cared deeply about Britain and its people.
But it also shows off a personal side to Winston that was equally accomplished and remarkably creative.
This is displayed on the walls of Chartwell, which are full of art, like Monet's stunning Pont de Londres. But if you look a little closer, most of the canvases are actually works by Churchill himself.
Winston, the indomitable wartime Prime Minister, was also an artist.
And the Trust's Catherine Carter is taking me to Winston Churchill's private studio, where he created many of his 500 works of art.
Oh, it's the playroom. This is obviously where he was most comfortable in his downtime. Never seen so many paintings by Churchill in one place. How many paintings in here?
We have over 100 in here, and of course here around the house about 160, so about a third of the 500 or so he did in his life.
It's astonishing. Was this his private place then?
Yes, very much so. So he would come in here to escape the pressures and strains of Westminster and political life, and this was really where he could seek comfort and lose himself in his oil paints.
How old was he when he started?
He started painting at 40, so quite a late start. He had various mentors. He was very fortunate to have a number of friends who were very talented artists.
Yeah, because he knew the likes of Munnings, of Lavery, not bad mentors, are they really?
No, not at all. He was always trying to improve, but he never thought of himself as a professional painter. He just loved it so much, he wanted to be the best he could be at it.
Churchill's works capture his painting trips to the south of France, and his substantial output offers a kaleidoscope of colours that reflect the joy he gained from his hobby.
When you look around the walls, it's like taking a tour of the world, isn't it? But quite a lot also of Chartwell, of the garden. Now, there's a view I recognise.
Yes, this is View of Chartwell, and it's painted by Churchill in 1938. So it's the year before the outbreak of the Second World War. We are to the north of the estate, at the top of a hill, looking down across the landscape and out towards the Weald of Kent.
1938, a very difficult time for him, a crucial time.
Crucial indeed. Politically, he is in the wilderness. He is campaigning against appeasement with Nazi Germany, largely unheard. And he's starting to see this campaign of aggression in terms of their foreign policy coming to fruition. It's genuinely a frightening prospect.
If war breaks out, the English Channel is just beyond the horizon there. In a way, he's staring across at increasingly occupied Europe and Nazi Germany. I mean, he's literally on the brink of the British Isles here, isn't he?
So in 1938, Austria has been annexed, and also there's increasing aggression against Czechoslovakia. So it's all happening just as he predicted. And if he is right, if an invasion of Britain is going to occur, this little corner of England that he sees, looking out beyond the Weald towards our coast, would no longer be as he knew and loved it.
That makes this an incredibly powerful painting.
Painting was escapism for Churchill, and Chartwell as a whole is full of personal reflections that give us a greater insight into what he was like as a person. And today, I'm lucky to be meeting someone who can share intimate knowledge of the man himself, Churchill's granddaughter, Celia Sands.
Celia, what are your memories of Chartwell?
I have wonderful memories of Chartwell because it was like a second home for me when I was a child. We used to come an awful lot, and we spent Christmases here. This was where I spent more time than anything.
What was Winston like as a grandfather?
He was lovely. I think he was determined that his family life would be cosy, and I think his best thing was to sit round the dining room table here and to look around and see as many of his children and grandchildren there as possible.
It seems as though this was a place where he really could relax. Was this his relaxing base, as it were?
Oh, absolutely, yes. I mean, I used to run in the morning and see him having his breakfast in bed, and with the cat curled up next to him, Rufus the poodle running around, a secretary probably taking dictation, and all the newspapers strewn over the bed, and Toby the budgerigar swooping in to share the breakfast.
You travelled with your grandfather a lot as well. Tell me about that.
I was really lucky because I was a grandchild available grandchild of an appropriate age, and so I did go with him on various journeys. I mean, we'd go on painting trips or drives, just sit on the terrace of the Hotel de Paris in Monte Carlo, which was where we went always in the south of France. And it would be peaceful and affectionate.
His painting clearly was, for him, a great source of solace.
Oh, I think it wasn't just a solace, it was his stress buster. He loved it. He used to like to go on holidays that were bathable and paintable. This was the time that he really could switch off and forget any of the troubles.
Churchill's time here was a welcome relief away from the stresses of political life. At the end of the 1930s, as Churchill feared, the country was poised for war, and Chartwell risked exposure to German bombs. I'm getting access to a secret part of the house, not open to the public, which shows the real threat its occupants faced.
They tell me that although this looks like a normal National Trust office, who am I to argue, behind the printer there is something really rather special. Is this behind the printer? Oh, this is stepping back in time. This is an air raid shelter underneath the house. Blast-proof door. And this, what's it called, these Anderson shelters made of corrugated iron. And here it is with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 sleeping berths and this corrugated iron roof on it, which supposedly stopped debris from falling on you. Air vents so you could breathe. I had no idea that there was an air raid shelter underneath Chartwell. In a way, it sort of anchors Churchill even more fiercely to his people, doesn't it? Because this is what people in suburban streets up and down the country were going into every night during the air raid and waiting till the bombs had stopped falling. Quite chilling.
By 1940, the threat of war in Europe had become reality. The nation turned to Churchill to lead them in the fight against Hitler's forces. One of his first acts as the new Prime Minister was to shore up Britain's defences. Dan Jones has headed down to the White Cliffs of Dover to discover the unbelievable story behind how he did it.
Winston Churchill was Prime Minister during the Second World War, and people often call him the greatest Briton of all time. Now, one of the reasons for that is that during the darkest days of the war, he would appear in person on the British coastline, taking a hands-on interest in the national defence.
On Churchill's orders, guns were stationed on the cliff tops to defend the channel, and tunnels were built beneath as a base for the gunners and their support staff. They were only uncovered in 2012, when the Trust's John Barker headed up their excavation.
Pretty spectacular spot, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
Give me a sense of what this whole area would have looked like back at the time of the Second World War.
There would have been barbed wire all over the place, and behind us there would have been 3 6-inch guns. They've got a range of about 14 miles.
It would have taken you almost all the way to France.
Yeah, well over halfway.
In 1940, work began on building tunnels 23 metres below the coastline, which means descending 125 steps to reach them.
These tunnels are incredible. They just seem to go on for miles and miles and miles. How much of them is there?
There's 10 interconnecting tunnels down here, over 3,500 square foot. The tunnels were dug by the Royal Engineers, and they actually completed it within 100 days.
100 days?
Gives you the idea of how urgent a shelter was needed.
And how did they actually dig these? Because, you know, looking at the walls, it looks like they were just physically torn out of the rock.
These were all dug by hand, so in some places you can see some drill marks, and in other places you can see picks where they would have tidied the surface up.
That's amazing. Let's go and see some more of them.
The Fan Bay tunnels had 5 large metal-lined chambers, providing bomb-proof shelter.
So this is obviously completely different from those last chalk-hewn tunnels we were in. What happened in here?
This is accommodation. We discovered a sketch which was done by a war artist. This is actually this tunnel in 1941.
That's absolutely amazing. So, right, so now I can see it. You've got all these bunk beds down each side. There are just so many men. What were conditions like?
Cramped, it would have been quite busy, hot, probably quite smelly as well.
Wow, what an amazing image. So it's still really damp down here. I mean, there's water dripping from the ceiling. Was it like that during the Second World War?
Fan Bay did always have a problem with condensation and water ingress, so eventually the troops ended up sleeping on the surface. So this became a refuge just for during air raids and counter-bombardments.
I can't imagine spending night after night under attack in the cold and dark here.
All over the walls, there are these amazing traces of humanity where people have scratched their name as graffiti into the soft chalk. And the one I like the best is just here. It's just this stick man running while there's a bomb or a shell flying over his head. That just touches me. This is the human experience of being down here in these tunnels while the war is going on 23 metres above you on the Earth's surface.
The network is so extensive that excavation was no easy task, as volunteer Gordon Wise found out.
Gordon, you were down here when these tunnels were rediscovered and cleared. What was it like?
It's very much what you see today, except there was a lot of dirt over the floor. Spent about 3,500 man-hours down here over 18 months. Wow. And it was all hand digging. Moved about 110 tonnes of spoil during that time.
Kidding, that must have been backbreaking.
But yeah, it's very backbreaking.
As the tunnels were forgotten for so long, they're a perfectly preserved time capsule of day-to-day military life.
There must have been some pretty interesting stuff down here.
All sorts of stuff, as you can see here. I mean, electrical fittings and coal arches that were discarded, a whole load of other bits and pieces that you can see in the bucket. One of my favourites is this one here. This is a massively blown up version of it, but it's a Paul's coupon.
Oh, of course it is.
And what it does, it leads us back to the 9th of February 1943.
So this is really from the height of the war?
That's correct. So there must have been a soldier down here filling the Paul scooping in with nothing else to do other than listen to the shells raining down above him. And he tucked it up between the steel arch and the steel sheeting and obviously forgot about it. We discovered it 70-odd years later.
So he never managed to send it in?
No, but this wasn't a winning coupon.
It wasn't a winning coupon, just as well he didn't send it off. Fantastic.
Indeed.
Thanks, Gordon.
This shelter was essential to keep the guns going 24 hours a day to defend the channel, all thanks to one man's vision.
The Fan Bay tunnels are a real testament to the genius of Winston Churchill, but I think their rediscovery and excavation allows us to pay tribute to the brave men and women who ventured 23 metres under the ground to protect this coastline during their country's darkest hour.
Churchill's ability to snuff out danger was one of the many reasons why he was such a valued and much loved wartime leader.
Chartwell in Kent was the family home of Sir Winston Churchill during 40 of the most eventful years in British history.
With the onset of the Second World War, it was deemed too well known and too exposed to air raid attack, and the family relocated to London. But Chartwell does hold some of Churchill's most iconic possessions from this defining period in a secret storeroom not open to the public.
I love these secret passageways and rooms that nobody goes in. Muniment, room B. Gosh, so These are the appurtenances of life.
It's a collection, so there are some everyday objects and some awards and that sort of thing, but really sometimes the everyday ones are the most special.
They make us feel that we're like Churchill, don't they, if he's got things like us. Go on, lead on, show me what we've got. What's in the... Oh, now can I guess what's in here?
Well,
I think I might...
what do you think it might be?
From the shape, I have a clue. Oh, look. Huge. Of course, they're all falling apart now, aren't they?
They are very, very fragile, but we're very lucky to have a handful of his original cigars here at Chartwell.
Well, come on then, what else have we got in this Aladdin's cave?
If we look just down here, we have a really iconic part of Churchill's wardrobe.
Right. Oh, my goodness. Oh, do you know, I'm really disappointed because it's ready tied.
Yes, it did save him some time.
A bow tie. With, as they say, signs of wear. Which is rather...
Somewhat, yes. You can tell this has been dined in, you might say.
But he often did wear that navy blue or black and white spotted, didn't he?
Oh, yes. It was almost his uniform. He would be most commonly seen out in his navy polka-dotted tie.
Just to be close to it's special. I don't know why, but there we are. What now? Oh, this is bigger.
Here we have, along a similar theme...
Can I do this one?
You certainly can.
It's like Christmas. Oh, now, I remember seeing this is a tall bowler. It's taller than normal, a coke hat or a bowler hat.
Churchill was commonly associated with having a very wide variety of hats across his different roles and positions in government.
How astonishing, what a treat. I could spend days in here, I think, just going through absolutely every parcel. Big box. Can I go in here?
Yes, of course.
Oh, my goodness. Anybody over the age of 60 odd, 70 maybe, will know what this is. It's a siren suit. Well, we call them onesies nowadays. He had them in velvet.
So, yes, Churchill had these designed so he could quickly pop them on over his pyjamas in the event of an air raid or an urgent meeting in the middle of the night, and they became a staple part of his loungewear, you could say.
It's loungewear. It's very... You can feel it must have been very comfortable. This is wonderfully silky velvet.
Very, very good quality garment.
He was a man, wasn't he, who liked the finer things in life. I'm going to do some more exploring. Is that all right?
Yes, of
Come on, come with me.
Our memory of Churchill is dominated by his time as the famous wartime Prime Minister. But I'm just as fascinated by his many hobbies.
These even extended to him becoming an accomplished bricklayer.
And the grounds of Chartwell are full of his handiwork, including this stout red brick wall, where builder Steve Candy's waiting to tell me how he did it.
Hello, Steve.
Alan, pleased to meet you.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
It's a pretty substantial wall, isn't it?
It is.
It's not the most obvious hobby for a world leader, is it?
He was a man of many talents, but bricklaying isn't the first thing you think of when you remember Churchill, but it was his hobby, and he was quite serious about it, apparently.
You're a professional. How good was he?
He was an enthusiastic and fairly proficient amateur.
Right. They say he could do 90 bricks an hour.
Yeah, I looked at that. I'm not sure he would have kept it up for 8 hours a day, though. Yeah. That's pretty good going.
So it says the greater part of this wall was built between the years 1925 and 1932 by Winston with his own hands.
He did have helpers.
Yeah.
Apparently 2 of the garden staff, and he did have 1 professional bricklayer, but I'm not sure which bit the professional bricklayer did and which bit Winston did. Apparently, yes, a greater majority, and because he loved his children, he also built that.
A little summer house.
Which is a little summer house for his daughters.
That clearly was his outlet.
Yeah, it must have given him relief from the pressures of office of state, and he liked working with his hands. It was obviously his passion. We've actually got some work going on at the moment. If you want to come have a look and maybe have a little go.
The prospect of helping to sustain a Winston Churchill wall is irresistible.
Let's go.
The wall in question encloses the kitchen garden, which in season provided fresh vegetables for the Chartwell table.
These are the guys.
Gentlemen, good morning. Nice to see you.
Good morning.
Hiya. Good morning. Are you going to trust me with this?
Definitely.
This grout goes in along that line there,
Yes, right at if you can get it as far as possible.
Here?
Yeah, and then we'll push it to the back.
All right.
And it's approximately just under 1 metre long.
Okay, do my best. Look at this. Winston will be proud of me.
You were right to the corner.
Right to the corner.
Don't skimp it.
So because this wall is leaning out, this is all part of stopping it going any further?
Basically, it's reinstating structural integrity across the cracks and bonding the brick panel to the brick pier.
So I am the man who gave structural integrity to Winston Churchill's wall?
Yes.
I like that.
Need to push
that back.
Right to the back of the slot.
Right.
It's about 40, 50 mil deep.
Oh, it is deep, isn't it? Yeah. How am I doing?
Yeah, not bad for a first attempt. Not bad. But don't call us, we'll call you.
Churchill's many talents stand proud throughout Chartwell, and it's obvious that this house was a much-loved space for both him and his family. His granddaughter Celia was a caring companion for Winston as he conducted his busy life.
We have a picture of you here with him in the back of a car.
This picture was clearly not cold because I'm not wearing a coat, but of course he felt the cold.
Here's the cigar.
The cigar was always there. As he left the house, he would have the cigar lit because people expected him to be puffing away at the cigar. But it was very much part of him.
Your grandmother, Clementine, was an indomitable sort. It was a tough marriage for Clementine, wasn't it?
Well, of course it was, yes, because he was a difficult man to be married to from the point of view. I mean, everything centred around him. And she was someone who was very highly strung, and so she found life quite a strain because he was racing through life and everything was going at full speed because he was once described as a young man in a hurry, but he was a man in a hurry all his life and he was always pursuing his destiny, which of course came rather late. But she was an extraordinary wife.
If you could put your finger on exactly what made him the man he was, as his granddaughter, what would you say it was?
Courage. He had the courage, when he believed in something, to carry through with it and not to be worried by what other people said. He felt he had this destiny, so he had a purpose.
Chartwell, Winston Churchill's home in Kent, was dust-sheeted and closed up during the dark days of the Second World War.
Churchill was now in London, which was subject to sustained bombing raids. And this was the base where, as Prime Minister, he drew up top-secret plans to establish a deadly last line of defence to be used only in the event of the unthinkable, an invasion. Miriam O'Reilly's heading to Oxfordshire to unearth this astonishing story.
With German forces advancing across Europe, the threat of an imminent Nazi invasion was very real. Shrouded in secrecy, plans were put in place to train a covert army, capable, if the need arose, of taking on an enemy invader, right here on British soil. Coleshill in West Oxfordshire is where this hidden army received their secret training in the dark arts of guerrilla warfare. War historian Bill King was among the team whose vital detective work helped uncover what happened here. Looking over to my right, there isn't a lot to see at the moment, is there?
Not really, Miriam. What you're looking at now is the site plan of a beautiful Jacobean mansion. This was the site of the headquarters of Winston Churchill's secret army, the auxiliary units of World War II.
The secret army were a guerrilla force primed to spring into action if Britain was invaded. Coleshill was a mansion requisitioned to serve as their training camp. Clearly the house is no longer here.
No.
What happened to it?
Well, the house burned down in late 1952. The house was the headquarters, but the training took place out here in the countryside, all around us.
Can we see where they trained?
There's quite a lot of evidence still around, but you've got to know where to look.
Churchill's auxiliary army was made up of men who hadn't gone to war. These were working men who knew the land and were vital to the running of the country.
They were agricultural workers, they were farmers, they were gamekeepers, They were skilled people in their own rights, and they were doing important jobs.
In the event of an invasion, these men were to transform from civilians and conceal themselves within hidden bunkers scattered across the countryside. From these secret hideouts, they planned to launch guerrilla attacks against the enemy. Bill is keen to show me a bunker he helped discover on site, used by the secret army during training.
It looks like a hobbit hole in the woods.
Well, yes, it does. But it really is something different. It's an operational base.
When did you find it?
1992. We heard that a badger set had collapsed, and we thought this was an opportunity to go and explore. We knew that there were supposed to be a number of these operational bases constructed, but nobody ever found one before. This is the first one to have been discovered nationally.
How exciting.
Yes. Consequently, we slid down here on a bed of leaves on our backs, and we found an Aladdin's cave inside the operational base. Would you like to see inside?
I'd love to
Step
see
this way.
inside. Thank you. Well, we haven't quite slid down the leaves, but they have made it a bit difficult to get in.
Not quite.
My first reaction is that it's very claustrophobic in here and very small.
Well, yes, it is, especially when you think you're going to put 8 or 9 people down here. 8 or 9 men are going to occupy this space. Over on the wall here, we have these, which are... This is one of the original cots as we found it inside. This is a bunk bed, and these hinge down from the wall from these brackets here.
So how many men sleeping in here?
Well, probably about 8 at a time.
It's a tight squeeze.
It's a very tight squeeze.
Were the Germans to take control of Britain, the army was trained to mobilise and cause as much disruption, sabotage and killing as they could.
Now, down the centre line here, there would have been quite a long table which would have been used for planning. They knew what their targets were going to be. They would have selected maybe 4 or 5 prime targets, a railway bridge, a road bridge over a stream, those kind of things.
The training regime here was tough, and it had to be. These men were to transform from civilians into hardened, trained killers as a guard against invasion.
What sort of weaponry would they have been given?
Well, the first and foremost one is this. It's a .38 Smith & Wesson revolver.
Gosh.
And so here on the holster we have 6 rounds of .38 ammunition and a push knife. Now this is the one that really is the clandestine warfare weapon.
And this is lethal.
It is. It was intended to be lethal.
With another bunker unearthed recently on the grounds of Coleshill, even today, many more operational bases remain hidden and undiscovered.
An army of civilian volunteers was Churchill's idea of a last-ditch attempt to wrench victory back from the jaws of defeat. As it turned out, the army never had to be mobilised, and many of them took their experiences with them to the grave.
In May 1945, the war was over, and the heroic efforts of the British troops across Europe could finally come to an end.
And this beloved family home could be liberated as Churchill had led Britain to victory in Europe.
With the war over, it was safe to return to Chartwell, and Churchill could enjoy family life and his personal adventures once more.
Was your grandfather good company on travels? Did you feel that you were a valued companion?
Well, he liked to have someone with him. As I grew up, he grew older. On one occasion, he fell in the Hotel de Paris and broke his hip. And I was with him with his private secretary, Anthony Montague-Brown, in the hotel. And he was taken to hospital. And Anthony and I walked to the hospital together. And Anthony said, "You know, Celia, he's not going to make it." So we got to the hospital. He dismissed all the medical staff and turned to Anthony and he said, "I want to die in England." So we got back to the hotel. Anthony rang Downing Street and spoke to Harold Macmillan, who immediately ordered a VC-10 for the RAF, an ambulance plane, to come and collect him. And all I could do was sit and hold his hand and hope and pray that we would make it. And he did look terribly frail. But we arrived at Heathrow, and so as he was lowered to the ground, and he looked and he smiled and he gave them a V sign, and they clapped, and we knew he was going to be all right. But he was all right, but never quite the same again.
How do you look back on your childhood with Winston Churchill?
Very fondly. I mean, I have lovely memories of him, always warmth, affection and humour coming from him. I had a lovely time here, and this was a really relaxing place to be. It was so nice, and my memories here are all happiness.
Whether armed with his mighty pen, his paintbrush, or even his bricklayer's trowel, Winston Churchill was a considerable force of nature.
He'll be remembered for steering Britain through its darkest hour and inspiring the nation with both his leadership and his courage.
But Chartwell has revealed a man of many passions, and one who made this home a refuge from his formidable life on the British front line.
Next time, I'm at Plas Newydd.
Oh my goodness!
An elegant Georgian house with a cast of intriguing and colourful characters.
My God, sir, I've lost my leg.
Where a fascinating cache of photos reveals a secret family shame.
His colour has come back to flush the stone of Plas Newydd.
Private letters show that the course of true love never did run smooth.
I love you, darling, even though you are so horrid. I'm feeling for him. This is awful.
And Jenny Bond gets privileged access to a towering memorial to a giant of British history.
The view is sensational.
From Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes.
My goodness.
And magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
Oh, this is stepping back in time.
Join me and a host of celebrities.
I can't believe people lived here.
With a passion for the past.
It really is a little hidden treasure, isn't it?
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
This is really exciting.
With unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
Would you like to see some of his speeches that I brought from the archive in
No,
Cambridge?
not yes. From the highest heights. There's a heck of a view from up here. To the deepest depths. We've got stalactites here.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Here he is.
Oh!
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
It's good job I'm slim. These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
It's so big, it's so intricate, it's so beautiful.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions. Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust. The grand Pworth House in West Sussex is no ordinary stately mansion, because within these walls is one of the finest collections of art and sculpture on display at any country house anywhere in the UK.
So good, it's seen Pworth labelled the House of Art.
This was all possible because of its visionary owner, George Wyndham, the Third Earl of Egremont, whose relationship with artist J.M.W. Turner would usher in Petworth's golden age.
The most unconventional of aristocrats, he turned his house into a great inn, filling it with artists, an eclectic mix of guests, and a host of mistresses. He's rumoured to have fathered more than 40 children.
I'll be going behind the scenes to reveal the gossip behind the Earl's many mistresses.
The man was a scoundrel.
digging deep to find the hidden brilliance behind one of these affairs.
So it's not on display?
So this is really secret?
Yes.
As I get hands-on...
Steady as she goes.
I'm very scared.
And under the surface...
I'm in a scene which is a couple of 100 years old.
It's magical, isn't it?
Yeah.
To reveal just why Petworth House remains the artistic jewel in the National Trust crown.
This is a masterpiece, isn't it?
And how it was all made possible by the most remarkable of aristocrats. Also coming up, Peter Purvis is on a Chichester canal exploring one of the enterprising Earl's more challenging schemes.
What kind of loss was the Earl experiencing?
Somewhere around £4 or £5 million.
Oh, my goodness.
And Jenny Bond is in Devon.
Wow.
Dropping into the home of two inspirational women.
I'm fascinated by the granddaughter.
Who helped rewrite the 18th century rulebook.
Ooh, bold and impertinent maids. Oh, my goodness.
But in West Sussex, it was the combination of Petworth's creatively charged atmosphere, together with the Third Earl's patronage, that would result in some of the world's greatest masterpieces being produced under this roof.
Oh, an imposing hallway. This is where you want to greet your guests, isn't it?
To find out more about the man and Petworth's fascinating story, I'm being joined by the Trust's Andrew Laux in the Marble Hall.
What was this place like in the Third Earl's time? What did it felt like?
Well, it was a very sociable place, but also quite a cultured place as well, with so many artists and so on staying here. It must have been a very lively atmosphere.
So who's the biggest name?
Well, we had Constable staying here, but probably the artist who is most closely associated with the house is Turner, who came many times.
Joseph Mallord William Turner, the big one, JMW.
That's him, absolutely.
So are his paintings still here?
There are 20 oil paintings by him here.
20 Turners in one house?
It's the largest collection of Turners to be found outside of a national museum.
I need to see one, or more.
Well, one of them actually hangs in part of the house where the current Lord Egremont and his family still continue to live.
So that's the private bit?
Absolutely.
We allowed in?
Yes.
Turner is widely recognised as the greatest landscape painter of all time, a child prodigy who first came to Petworth in 1809, aged 34. Turner and the Third Earl would enjoy a lifelong relationship, while the artist would be forever inspired by the house and its surrounding landscape. The chance for a secret viewing of this master's work is too good to pass up.
It's always such a great treat to be allowed into the private bit that's actually lived in. And this is it. This is the painter, the Turner.
So this is Turner's famous view of the house from across the lake, with its title Dewy Morning. It shows the house early one morning with the sunrise in the distance and the dew just lifting from the house at the west front.
You almost feel as though you're in the painting, don't you? And you've got this translucent, slightly pale salmon pink tinted sky. You can feel the sun beginning to burn its way through the cloud.
And this is what really excited the critics when it was exhibited at the Royal Academy in 1810. The critical press were very much appreciative of Turner's rendition of light, and particularly the way in which he's captured this moment in the morning.
And that view is the same today as it was then?
Church spire has gone. In fact, it wasn't there when Turner painted it. Turner painted it during a subsequent visit. It's absolutely possible to go out and see that view exactly as Turner captured this moment in the morning.
Can we go and have a look?
Yeah, we need to get onto the lake, but to do that, we'd need to go to the boathouse.
And we can get on the boat?
Yes.
I'm up for that.
OK, let's do it.
The park at Petworth, which was so beloved of Turner, was installed by the second Earl and was the creation of groundbreaking landscape architect Capability Brown. From the mansion's palatial west front, he transformed the great expanse of grass into slopes that rolled towards the Serpentine Lake in the middle distance, creating the illusion that the park keeps unfolding for miles.
So, would this have been the boathouse that was here when Turner was here?
Yes, it was built by the Third Earl in the late 18th century.
Your own stone-built boathouse on your own lake. Oh, gosh. This is really exciting.
Yeah, so this is definitely not on the visitor route. This is very special access into here.
And we've got to get in here. Now, this is perilous. Right, who's rowing?
How are your skills?
How are yours?
Probably not as good as yours.
Oh, gosh, don't say that. Well, if you get in the back, we appear to be going into the boat, I suppose. Right, we're going to push ourselves out now. OK? Yeah.
Not the most graceful of exits, I'll accept. But once you're on the water, you can see why Turner was so inspired by this magnificent view.
So I presume we're going up there.
We're looking for the dewy morning view.
Yeah. So he would have come out here on his boat.
Yeah. Fishing.
Fishing. Wonderful. Tell me if I need to go left or right. You have to point.
A little bit to your right.
I need to go somewhere.
A little bit to your right.
You're the cox, you see.
That's it. We got it.
Was that?
Yeah, we got it.
My goodness me. So Turner would have come out on this lake to paint the house?
Well, he would have come out here to get some views of the house.
Yeah.
All of the painting was done in his studio. But what we know about Turner is he was a great fisherman. And he absolutely fished on this lake, as did some of the other artists. But what you can see in Turner's painting is fishing boats taking fish out of the lake in nets. And they were, of course, intended for consumption in the house.
It's rather wonderful to feel that I'm sitting in a boat almost exactly on the spot where Turner would have sat, perhaps to make sketches, certainly to get inspiration of Pworth. And I'm in a scene which is, you know, a couple of 100 years old.
It's magical, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Turner was an oarsman. Rowing around here would be no problem to him.
Rather better than I am, probably.
Well, I don't know about that. You're doing pretty well.
I'm going to go for a pull now. I'm going to have a Turner moment. See if I can keep up with the man.
Watch out.
Go for the bank.
We don't get grounded.
Pworth House found fame across the 18th and 19th century when the Third Earl of Egremont bucked usual aristocratic traditions with his generous patronage of modern British art.
But then Lord Egremont was a man who made his own rules, fathering a reputed 43 children and, remarkably, having many of them living here with him.
I'm meeting family archivist Alison McCann, who can shed some light on this most unusual of domestic arrangements and the secret science behind its success.
Such a lovely room, this. I mean, Alison, what was the atmosphere like here in the time of the Third Earl?
I think it was absolutely packed with people. There were the family, the children, the grandchildren, the nephews, the nieces, visitors, and of course all the artists who also brought their families.
Must have been seething.
Some people loved it, they thought it was wonderful, and some people really thought they didn't want to mix with the artists and people like that.
But it seemed to work, the arrangement, certainly for the Earl.
Yes, well, I think he was responsible for the fact that it did work.
The Lord's relaxed approach to housekeeping also attracted its fair share of stately gossip.
Nothing will convince Lady Spencer that Lord Egremont has not 43 children who all live in the house with him and their respective mothers and make scenes worthy of Billingsgate or a madhouse. 43?
I can't get that many. I found 16.
Oh, by how many mothers?
9.
But who were all these mistresses I hear about?
There was the Italian opera singer he picked up on the grand tour in Italy. He took her as far as Paris, where he dropped her, because he'd met Mademoiselle Doutet, very well-known French courtesan. There is Lady Melbourne, of course, whose mistress he was, and he probably fathered 3 of her children at least, possibly 4.
Is that Lord Melbourne's Lady Melbourne?
Yes.
Right.
The mother of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is Egremont's son.
Oh, it
Almost
gets
certainly.
so cold. The man was a scoundrel.
No, it's just the way they behaved at the time.
I wonder if I'd get away with that.
Although the Third Earl was famous for his numerous flirtations, there was one lady who held a special place in his heart.
Who was the resident mistress?
This is Elizabeth Ilive, who lived here with her children by the Earl.
What was so special about Elizabeth?
I think she was probably the most interesting of his mistresses. She was obviously very intelligent.
So he fell in love with her mind?
Yes, I'm sure he did.
Did he never marry?
Yes, eventually, after 8 children, he married Elizabeth Ilive.
Why did he choose to marry her?
She was interested in art, and they had that in common. She was interested in science, and we've actually got the evidence of some of her scientific activities up in the attic, if you'd like to see it.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on. Secret places.
Strictly out of bounds to the public, in the private side of the house, Pworth's attic rooms are full of hidden items. which reveal Elizabeth's brilliant mind.
There's not many people come up here.
No.
Gosh, rock samples, glass cases. Oh, gosh. So what are these?
This is Elizabeth Ives' laboratory equipment.
All stored up here in the attic?
Yes, it's not on display.
So this is really secret?
Yes.
What's this? Some kind of pump?
Air pump.
Right.
I mean, things like this guinea and feather apparatus, where you put a guinea on one of the little handles, a feather on the other, you took the air out, and then you let them fall, and they both came down at the same speed because it was a vacuum.
Oh. So was it really just party tricks then for her, that she was after dinner guests?
Oh, no, she was very practical as well. If you look in the book there, you'll see what else she invented.
The Society of Arts. What have we got here? The crossbar lever.
Yes, they were doing a lot of work, lowering the lawn out there and finding these huge stones they had to move.
So this is what she invented?
Yes, because she watched the workmen all trying to stand on the end of a long piece of wood to lever the stone up. So she very practically put...
The appliance of science to what?
Yes.
Made that. The rock is on here, the men stand on there and pull on that, so they're much more secure, and up this comes.
Yes.
And she got a silver medal?
Yes, and there's the medal.
Well, I never. Gosh, to Mrs. Wyndham. 1796, that's the year after, so she sends this into the Society of Arts. They're impressed. They give her a medal.
Yes.
Alison, how unusual is this for a woman in the 1790s?
Very unusual, because she got her medal from the mechanics section.
Good for her.
Yes, absolutely.
So the Turner paintings fed the minds of the people inside, but the crossbar lever saved the backs of the workers outside.
Yes, she actually says it was much appreciated by the workmen.
I bet it was. Did the marriage last?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh.
Only a couple of years, and then they actually separated.
The reason why it failed?
She said that he was unfaithful to her and with people around her. But was he likely to change the habits of a lifetime?
No, unlikely, but then as somebody said famously in the 20th century, you marry the mistress, you create a vacancy. Oh dear.
The Third Earl might not have been renowned for his marital fidelity, but he's rightly celebrated for his devotion to funding the arts. Os Clarke is in Oxford on the trail of another generous benefactor, one from much humbler origins, who gave away £700 million in today's money into health and medical research.
I'm here to rediscover one of Britain's greatest philanthropists, someone who spent a lifetime ploughing his vast fortune into causes close to his heart. Now, he was a gifted mechanic, he was a great innovator, and he was hugely famous in his own lifetime. But now, he's in danger of being forgotten.
I'm talking about William Morris, known later as Lord Nuffield, the car designer whose original name decorates this beauty I'm driving today. I'm dropping in on his former home to meet National Trust volunteer John Owen.
Welcome to Nuffield Place. Thank you very much.
To learn more about the man behind the machine.
I remember these Morris miners from when I was a kid.
People of my generation, of course, will have learned to drive on one of those.
What was so special about it, though?
They looked good, they drove easily, and, of course, they were priced at the middleman market.
Made its maker a vast fortune.
That's right. He was certainly the 10th richest man in the world.
Not bad for a man who left school at 14 and started his working life as an apprentice at his local cycle works. Despite amassing huge wealth and gaining a title along the way, Lord Nuffield wasn't a man for pomp and ceremony, preferring to give vast sums of money away to help others, as House Steward Joanna Gamester explains.
Hello.
Hello, I'm Oz.
I'm Joanna, pleased to meet you.
I am amazed at how modestly Morris seems to have lived. It's reflected everywhere in the house. I mean, coming into this bedroom, it does not look like the bedroom of a very wealthy man.
His taste was for simplicity and for not spending money on himself. You can see how simple the bed is. He's pushed it up against the fireplace, using that as a sort of bedhead. And above the bed, he's rigged up his own lamp.
It's upside down.
Yes, that's right. But obviously that worked well for the way he wanted the light to shine on his book. Another thing that tells you about his frugality is the carpet. If I lift this, you'll see more than we usually show, because we usually protect it as it's extremely precious and unique.
So sort of beige grey.
Yes, well, the colour has faded over the years, but it was actually a sort of gold colour, which was often used in motor cars.
Thank goodness there's a bit of gold around.
If I open these doors here, you will see, surprisingly, this is Lord Nuffield's little workshop.
It's every schoolboy's dream workshop.
He would mend his clocks, and also he mended his own shoes. There's a shoe last.
Multi-millionaire. Mending his own shoes with stick-on rubber soles.
Yes.
Amazing.
Despite being so thrifty in his personal life, Lord Nuffield was one of the world's most generous men. Over the years, he gave away more than £30 million, the equivalent of 700 million in today's money, with the majority of the cash going into medical research and healthcare.
Now, I know that William Morris gave an enormous amount of his fortune to medical projects. What sort of projects?
He gave money to hospitals. He started small with local Oxfordshire hospitals, and then later larger national hospitals. And there are Nuffield hospitals and wards all over the country. This is something else that he gave money for, which helped to save lives. An iron lung.
Good gracious, my dad was a chest physician. He used to talk about these.
These incredible contraptions, designed to help patients breathe when their lungs had failed, were considered state-of-the-art in their day.
Lord Nuffield heard a story about a little boy who died of polio because an iron lung couldn't be got to him in time. He knew car factories can pretty well make anything, so he decided that he would get his factory workers to make them. He made 5,000 or so altogether, and you can tell they were made in the car factory because there's a little clue. They've got car handles on the portholes.
That is amazing.
I feel as if I've been granted an extraordinary insight into the life of an unsung hero.
Lord Nuffield, he has to be regarded as possibly the biggest philanthropist that the UK's ever seen. Now, he may not be a household name nowadays, but so many of us know the name Nuffield in association with hospitals or with healthcare or education.
So despite the generous genius no longer being with us, his legacy lives on.
While Lord Nuffield was driven by more scientific desires, back at Pworth House, the Third Earl of Egremont was keen to use his resources to support his more creative passions.
Pworth House was home to the unconventional aristocrat George Wyndham, 3rd Earl of Egremont, who lived an extraordinary life.
He was a generous patron of British art, and this saw him open his doors to the artists themselves.
I'm sitting in a boat where Turner would have sat to get inspiration of Pworth.
It's magical, isn't it?
Yeah.
And line its walls with the great works they produced. I'm back with the Trust's Andrew Laux, who's taking me to the North Gallery that remains as glorious as it was in its early 19th century heyday.
Goodness me. This isn't an art gallery. It's a museum. Sculpture everywhere, paintings everywhere. This is something else.
It's extremely unusual. This was the very first art gallery anywhere to combine paintings and sculpture, but also modern work with historic work.
This must be a collection of tremendous value.
Oh, hugely. Not only because of the third and second Earls of Egremont, the family at Pworth has been collecting works of art since the 17th century.
Is there one work above all others that you think is the sort of prize, in a way, of Pworth's collection?
Well, in terms of the third Earl of Egremont, there's one work of art which he regarded as his most important commission, and you can't miss it.
Go on.
It's one of the biggest things in here. It's this colossal sculpture.
Wow.
This magnificent work, commissioned by the Third Earl in 1817, was created by John Flaxman, a leading figure in European neoclassicism. It took 9 years to complete, but its splendour remains timeless.
It's only when you get close up to it, you realise the magnitude. It's massive. Who is it?
So what we're looking at is a subject which comes from Milton, from Paradise Lost, and it's St. Michael triumphing over Satan, making him feel pain for the first time.
Never ceases to amaze me when you look at a really good marble sculpture, and Flaxman was one of the best. The anatomy is perfect, isn't it?
It's brilliant. It's all carved from one single piece of marble as well, which is just extraordinary.
And we've got letters here. What are they?
So these are very important letters which we've sourced, which were very kindly supplied by the Somerset Records Office.
Right, so we don't see these very often.
No. These letters from Lord Egremont to the sculptor Flaxman, which really record the process of the way in which this sculpture developed, because this was very much a collaborative piece. The Third Earl was very clear that he wanted a capital figure of Satan based on Raphael's painting of St. Michael and Satan, which is now in the Louvre.
So he wasn't saying, oh, just do me this, he was hands-on, saying what he wanted?
Yes, I mean, these letters suggest, really, he didn't leave Flaxman alone.
Oh, man. Dear sir, I've been thinking a good deal about the Archangel. I went to see him the day before I left London. The character of the action of Michael ought, I think, to be like a falcon, descending with his prey from the air, not like a man who had overpowered another from ground. So he wants Michael to be almost flying down there to Satan, doesn't he?
Very dynamically.
Astonishing. I love the end of the letter. Faithfully yours, etc., Egremont. I hope Mrs. Flaxman's well, and you also. He's not just paying for a great work, he's inspiring it as well. And actually, Flaxman must have felt that at least this was a patron who cared.
Definitely. This was a typical example of the Third Earl and his relationship with artists and getting the best out of them.
Flaxman's work is testament to the unique partnership between artist and patron.
There is no doubting. I mean, this is a masterpiece, isn't it?
It is.
And the Third Earl would be equally hands-on when it came to the hundreds of paintings he would amass in Pworth House. Their appreciation became a lifelong preoccupation.
Gosh. The thing about him, then, he wasn't just an avid collector. He was quite particular about how his paintings were displayed as well.
Absolutely that. He was a curator in many ways.
And these books, do they show where everything went?
Well, these are very important estate record books which aren't on permanent display. They actually come from the family's private archive, but they're a very important record of the kind of activity that went on in the Third Earl's lifetime.
Wow. Well, this is 1825, April the 30th, getting ready and fixing fillets to hang pictures in the square dining room. Well, this is the square dining room, so this is where they were doing the fillets on the 30th of April, 1825.
Absolutely. And then when you get into the 1830s, it goes even busier.
Because more stuff's coming in there all the time.
Absolutely. The North Gallery is fully built by then. So August the 1st, 1834, taking down and rehanging pictures. August the 8th.
Taking down, rehanging pictures. Also, taking down. So every week.
Every week.
No, I think we'll have that one over there. No, I don't. It was better where it.
Every week seems to have begun with taking down and rehanging pictures.
Every single week. Looking at this, presumably you're still doing it today. It's not preserved in aspect, this gallery, then?
No, absolutely. We lend pictures to exhibitions and we redisplay our collection from time to time. We're about to rehang one of our paintings in this room.
Really? Can I see what you're doing?
If you can give us a hand.
You trust me. I wouldn't. Big mistake. So was she through here?
Through here.
Right. Oh, it's the eventual mistress of the house.
Elizabeth Iliff.
So,
we need our special gloves.
Oh, God. Purple gloves. So she's going above the door in the square dining room?
That's where she's going, yes.
She's very heavy?
She's not too bad. She's a little bit delicate, though.
Oh, don't you trusting.
There are little hooks on the back which are quite good to grab hold of.
Yeah.
So that's not too bad, is it?
Don't drop it, Alan. Don't drop it.
Don't drop it.
It's all right, Elizabeth. You're safe with me, I think.
Steady as she goes.
It's fearsome. I'm very scared. It's all right, dear. We'll soon have you there, at the door. Don't drop her now. You're looking very expectantly and not a little worried. Oh, there. Wait, so she's going right up there in that hole there?
Yes.
The key, presumably, is do it slowly.
Slowly and carefully.
Yeah, well, as it's slow and careful, I'll let you do that. Elizabeth, that you're in a safe pair of hands. OK, all right. Have fun. See you later.
Thanks for your help.
Lord Egremont's ledger offers us an invaluable insight into how these incredible works of art were cared for back in the 18th and 19th centuries. And although today's method of archiving and displaying has a much more modern twist, with scaffold, ropes, pulleys and the rest, I'm willing to bet the same love and attention was used back then too. Either way, the result still remains a breathtaking display. Lord Egremont's passion for art was influenced by the grand tour he would take as a young man, where he'd have been inspired by the wonders of Italian art and culture. Jenny Bond has trekked to South Devon to discover more about two female adventurers who embraced a grand tour of their own, a journey unheard of for women at that time.
These pioneers were the trailblazing cousins Jane and Mary Parmenter. They set off on an inspirational journey across Europe, which ended up taking nearly 10 years. On the way, they collected all sorts of paintings and artifacts, which they brought back here to show off in their extraordinary and charming home. I'm meeting the Trust's Emma Kay at A La Ronde near Exmouth.
Hello.
How nice to meet
Hello,
you.
Jenny.
Hi.
Lovely to meet you.
For a panorama, and what a house. I absolutely love it, and I haven't even been in yet. And how come the cousins decided to make such an unusual building?
The cousins were inspired by some of the places they visited on their grand tour, namely Ravenna, and they visited Basilica there.
They sound just my sort of women. Tell me a bit more about them.
They were really forward-thinking, intrepid, first women to climb Montbui in the Alps, in fact.
Well, it's a great story. I'm longing to see inside the house. Would you show me around?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to.
Jane and Mary built their home to display the amazing artifacts gathered on their remarkable adventures. Wow, this is extraordinary. Which began in France. I'm fascinated by this grand tour they went on for nearly 10 years.
Yeah, so Jane did keep a really meticulous travel journal. It gives a lovely idea of the standards of Jane and Mary, describing some of the places they stayed. Quite a nice little extract here. The first few days on their trip to Paris. Described as a very dirty inn indeed, the staircase shaking, the maids bold and impertinent, the treatment sparing, and the charge extravagant.
Ooh, bold and impertinent maids. Oh my goodness. And there's other things here that they brought back from their travels.
We're really fortunate we have lots of that in the collection still today.
Only a small part of Jane's diary survives. It details just the first 6 weeks of their travels. So little is known of these exceptional explorers, with only a miniature of Mary and a silhouette of Jane in existence. Well, I'd like to have known more, but that's at least a start. The cousins' collection is the only way to solve the mystery of where they visited.
We have these beautiful shell pictures here.
Okay.
This one is actually a souvenir picture which we believe Jane and Mary Parmenter would have brought back from their grand tour from an island called Isola Bella on Lake Maggiore in northern Italy.
Ah, I see. What am I looking at then?
A palace on the island, and within the palace there's a shell grotto.
To me that could be anywhere. How do you know it's Isola Bella?
Fortunately, it's actually written on the back.
Oh,
would you like to see?
Yeah, I'd love to, thanks. Who do you think wrote it?
So we think it would have been Mary Parmenter.
Oh yes, her own writing. Isola Bella. I feel as if I'm on a treasure trail, with each object revealing another secret.
So we know they went to northern Italy, but we've also got clues that they went to southern Italy because of the contents of this rather special table.
I love the secrecy of it. As it's too fragile to be lifted often, a rare glimpse inside is a true treat.
In here, we find some fans.
So this is a fan that is hidden and inlaid in the lid.
And these fans were only available to buy if you had scaled Mount Vesuvius.
Is that right? so they did?
I'd like to think so.
It really is a little hidden treasure, isn't it? I'm bowled over by Jane and Mary's globetrotting. Two women travelling this extensively during the 18th century was virtually unheard of. And so, nearly a decade after they first set sail from Dover, Mary and Jane finally came home for good. But of course, they waded straight into another adventure, building A La Ronde, inspired by their travels. And here it stands, an everlasting monument to two groundbreaking women and their epic grand tour.
The Earl of Egremont would return from his own grand tour with a similar lifelong passion for the arts, and he'd fill Pworth House with the finest works from the cream of contemporary British artists.
This set him apart from other noblemen who preferred to obsess over the great masters and antique sculpture. The Third Earl of Egremont was famous for investing in his passion for art, but he also put money into forward-looking schemes centred around industry and agriculture.
Pworth's enterprising Earl was keen to cash in on any opportunities that would benefit these schemes. In Chichester, Peter Purvis is on a mission to uncover one of these potentially profitable projects and discovers the path to easy riches wasn't quite so simple to navigate.
By the 1800s, the Industrial Revolution was in full swing, and a frenzy of canal building was sweeping the nation. Essential for the transportation of goods and materials, these artificial waterways were the engineering endeavour of their day, and the Earl of Egremont, he wanted a piece of the action.
Eager to cash in on the latest trends in business and agriculture, the Earl was keen to build a canal near Petsworth.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Peter.
Can I come aboard?
Yes, please come aboard.
I'm joining Ian Milton from the Canal Trust to learn more.
What have you done to the weather?
I know, it's always sunny in Chichester, except for today.
We're going to brave the grey skies and hit the Earl's Waterway, which was the last piece in a route linking Portsmouth with London.
Canals were being built all over the country. So why was the Earl particularly concerned with this one?
The main reason was we were at war with France at the time, up to 1815. It was the Napoleonic Wars. Our ships were under threat in the Channel, and it was seen as a good idea to have an inland route from Portsmouth to London.
So this was a shortcut to avoid that?
This was a shortcut, yes, to a safe cut. The Earl put in £20,000. The total cost was about £126,000.
Yes.
So bearing in mind there were 268 others, he
was a major shareholder.
He was a major shareholder.
The costs spiralled, so the Earl borrowed £40,000 from the government. But it still took a total of 5 years until 1823 to complete the canal, where it hit stormy waters.
By the time they got around to finish building it, we were at peace with France again. So that major threat was gone.
So for the Earl, this was a bit of a blow.
It was. Sadly, he lost money on it.
What sort of turnover were they expecting to make out of this?
They were hoping to make £55,000 on the year, and they made £4. And in 1826, he had enough. He paid the debt back to the government, sold his shares, and left the rest of them to get on with it.
In terms of today's money, then, what kind of loss was the Earl experiencing there?
Well, somewhere around £4 or £5 million.
Oh, my goodness. So a major disaster.
Major disaster, yes.
In less than 20 years after opening, the last commercial barge travelled these waters, and the canal fell into disrepair.
So after years of neglect, I must say that the canal looks in really good condition. What happened?
In the 1970s, a group of volunteers got together with the intention of restoring it all the way to the Chichester Harbour. By 1992, and sufficient restoration had been done for us to start running a trip boat for the public.
And they've done such a great job that it looks almost as it does in a painting the Third Earl commissioned from his friend, the artist William Turner, which is still on display in the carved room at Petsworth House.
We'll take you up on top of the bridge there.
Yeah.
As canal volunteer Andrew Gibson appreciates.
It was painted in 1828. 2 years earlier, the Earl of Egremont had had to pay the government loan back. You would have thought that he would have been completely disillusioned with the canal, but the painting was done.
This is the spot?
Yes.
He took a few liberties, didn't he?
Yes, there was a bit of artistic licence. He had the sun setting in the north. He had the bell tower on the wrong side of the steeple. And he had a boat going down here, which was far too big.
It's a very beautiful painting.
Very beautiful spot.
The Earl of Egremont's grand canal scheme may not have been plain sailing, but Turner certainly recognised its beauty. And this feat of engineering is still going strong 200 years later.
Although his attempts to cash in on the canal boom proved less than successful, The Earl's relationship with Turner was to prove much more profitable and was responsible for placing Petworth House firmly on the map. This partnership is fondly remembered by the current Lady Egremont, who's taking me into the old library in the private side of the house that was used as a secret studio by the Third Earl's favourite artist.
So this is the room in which Turner painted?
Yes, he felt so free here. He would have come and sort of improved his sketches and worked them up, possibly into oil pictures here.
Because the lights, wonderful, massive great window, so
yes.
You can see why this is almost sort of classic artist studio, isn't it, really?
Well, it's a north-east facing light.
What was this room like when you came?
One of the first things I thought that was important about this room was not to have it painted. And you can see it's very, very dingy, and people often ask me, why on earth don't you paint it? The point of not painting it is that you still get the sense that Turner might have only just left this room.
You must have about the best collection of Turners in the country here, right?
We have, and the fact that they're in the house. But we have got a couple of small ones here that, that belong to the family that are never shown to the public.
Oh, wonderful. Let's have a look. Oh, now, these are very special.
They don't come out very often. They're in one of our private rooms, and they're in a series of Turner's sketches that he did of the house when he came in 1827, but they are very sensitive to light. But there's a very interesting family connection to this picture. Turner was having breakfast here in the white and gold room, and he spilt the cream jug over Mrs. Hazler's dress. Mrs. Hazler was Lord Egremont's niece, and she was wearing her best lilac dress, and Turner spilt the cream jug over her.
Crumbs.
So by way of making amends at lunchtime, he came down with these two sketches.
He said, I'm sorry about your dress,
yes.
but have a sketch.
You can see this, she's mopping up cream off her blue dress.
How beautiful. Yes. And is this sketch off Petworth?
This is a very interesting one also, because this shows you the church spire, which is no longer at Petworth. It was taken down after the Second World War when a bomb fell and made the spire unstable. But this is, we can date Turner's time here to 1827, because that is Barry's spire under construction.
Charles
Barry, who built the spire on St Mary's Church. So we know exactly when that was painted.
Do you feel the presence of people like Turner here?
Yes, completely, very much so. I think the atmosphere of the house is very much the period of Lord Egremont and Turner, which was, it's called the Golden Age of Petworth.
It seems from talking to you that you're every bit as fond of Petworth as Turner was.
Yes, I absolutely am. I've been here for 40 years, and I feel I've put roots down here. So it's true, yes, absolutely I am, yes.
And the patronage goes on.
Yes.
Looking around the house, surrounded by these amazing works of art, it's obvious that the 19th century Lord Egremont created something unique and beautiful within these walls. Today, one can still feel the creatively charged atmosphere, the spirit of inspiration, and the presence of Turner passing through every corridor.
The Third Earl died in 1837 after a glorious 75-year reign here at Petworth.
On the day of his funeral, all the shops in the town were shut and the locals lined the streets, while the many mourners, including Turner, followed the coffin on foot.
Lord Egremont was a man of vision and generosity, but above all, he'll be remembered as a maverick.
His was the golden age of the Grand House.
And the masterpieces he left behind here at Petworth remain as a tribute to this amazing man.
Next time, I'm at Chartwell, Sir Winston Churchill's family home.
I bet there's a trough down here where he walked up and down with the cigar.
Revealing his life behind closed doors.
Oh, my goodness. A bow tie. Oh, do you know, I'm really disappointed because it's ready tied.
And passionate hobbies.
Never seen so many paintings by Churchill in one place.
And Dan Jones uncovers Britain's hidden defences built on strict orders from Churchill himself.
These tunnels are incredible. They just seem to go on for miles and miles and miles.
from Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes.
My goodness.
And magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
Oh, this is stepping back in time.
Join me and a host of celebrities.
I can't believe people lived here.
With a passion for the past.
It really is a little hidden treasure, isn't it?
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
This is really exciting.
With unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
Would you like to see some of his speeches that I brought from the archive in
No,
Cambridge?
not yes. From the highest heights. There's a heck of a view from up here. To the deepest depths. We've got stalactites here.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Here he is.
Oh!
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
It's a good job I'm slim. These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
It's so big, it's so intricate, it's so beautiful.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions. Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust. On the banks of the River Thames in southwest London sits the magnificent Ham House in all its 17th century splendour. It was home to the resolute Murray family through one of the most turbulent centuries in British history.
Ham House is the story of the power of the crown, of civil war, political manoeuvrings, and the woman who came out on top.
Elizabeth Murray grew up at Ham. Born into a royalist family, she was politically daring and unforgivingly ambitious, devoting her life to fighting for Ham's very existence.
A determined heiress, Elizabeth did everything she could to keep hold of this house, which made her one of the most outstanding women of the 17th century.
By uncovering rarely seen royal gifts.
This is something the public never get to see.
A present from King Charles I.
Exposing hidden relationships.
So she charmed the Lord Protector.
There were all sorts of rumours at the time that they had an affair.
And unveiling supernatural goings-on.
Oh, my goodness. She's not the only ghost here, then?
Oh, by no means.
I'll discover that Ham's story goes right to the heart of the English Civil War. Ham House is a fitting tribute to Elizabeth Murray's ability to survive this turbulent time. Also tonight, Oz Clarke is in Staffordshire to uncover a house that saved the future King Charles II.
He was the most wanted man in the country.
The punishment for treachery in those days was to be hung, drawn and quartered.
And Ronnie Archer Morgan is on the trail of another enterprising woman who left her mark on the buildings of Britain.
She was a shrewd innovator, operating in a man's world, which in those days was really something.
This glorious house on the banks of the River Thames was Elizabeth's home, from where she exploited her family background, intelligence, wit and beauty, becoming famed for her political influence, almost unheard of for a woman in the 1600s. Her rise to the very top of society wasn't without its rewards. Elizabeth spent the spoils of her success on almost doubling the size of Ham House, creating the triumph we see today. These extensions left behind some incredible secrets, and I'm meeting surveyor Tim Mason, who's sending me between the walls here at Ham to discover them.
Just how radical were Elizabeth's designs then and alterations for Ham?
Well, Elizabeth and her husband had some really big plans for Ham and added the whole of the south wing.
That's a lot.
It is, and their designs incorporated much of the original property, and many of the features from the old building can still be seen in the house today.
Where are we now? Is this part of it?
We're on the first floor in a storeroom, as you can see, but this was once a bedchamber, and the couple's designs left some really interesting secrets behind. And there's one round here which I'd like to show you.
Really?
Elizabeth's radical extensions conceal a valuable piece of history, most definitely not on the visitor route.
Through here?
Yes.
Where?
Just down here.
Down there?
Yes. Squeeze down.
It's a good job I'm slim. Where am I going?
Keep moving down right to the end, and just look above your head. There's a brass knob. If you give that a pull.
This?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, gosh. A lump of brick wall.
There is, but there is also a magnificently preserved 17th century painted mural sundial, which is a very rare example. It's been covered up for almost 350 years.
So Elizabeth built on this lump out here. This was the original outside wall?
Yeah.
There's a 4 up at the top.
That's the 4 a.m. line.
So you'd only see that one in summer. Height of summer.
Yeah, if you're lucky.
And there's a legend on it, Vigi something.
That's the beginnings of the motto Vigilate et Orate, which means to watch and pray. And the dial is also dated 1622.
So if Elizabeth hadn't done the extension and covered that up,
no,
it would have disappeared.
Exactly.
The weather would just have worn it away.
Absolutely, yes.
Behind the door, a secret glimpse into the past.
Indeed.
The secret sundial isn't the only unexpected thing left behind at Ham. Rumour has it, the house is a hotbed of paranormal activity. Volunteer Pauline Robertson is here to spook me into believing that the eerie corridors of Ham are haunted by the lady of the house, Elizabeth Murray, who apparently never left.
The Duchess's bedroom. Goodness me, privileged to be allowed in here, really, isn't it?
It is.
So
yes.
does she really haunt the place?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, she's heard, she's smelt, and she's felt.
So how is she heard? What'd she do?
Well, she had metal-heeled shoes on a stick, so you could hear the shoes click, click, clicking and the stick tapping along the corridor and the stairs.
What about being smelt?
Well, she used rosewater perfume, and many visitors and staff say they smell it, particularly on the staircase.
And felt?
Well, very recently, a member of staff was locking up after a ghost tour and felt a breath on her ear and hello.
So it seems that she's still in the house. She was obviously very reluctant to leave the place.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this was her pride and joy.
Has anybody actually seen a ghost?
Well, yes, some people have reported seeing a lady in black, certainly.
I'm looking at your earrings. It wasn't you, was it? What about these stories about mirrors?
Elizabeth followed fashion, and mirrors became newly available to those with money.
Looking glasses.
Exactly. Well, many volunteers, including me, don't like to look in the looking glass because they're not sure they'll see themselves, but...
Might see her. Well, it'll be rather exciting. Good afternoon, Your Grace. It's been very nice being with you, if you're there.
Elizabeth's spirit may have remained, but to survive here in the first place, she had to negotiate a century that was filled with chaos and change. Ham House is a stunning 17th century mansion in southwest London. It was the home of Elizabeth Murray, famed political manipulator and a truly remarkable woman. But to understand Elizabeth's action-packed life here, you must go back to her childhood, to her father William's and her mother Catherine's unusually intimate connection with the king. I'm meeting historian Sarah Gristwood.
Sarah, what a grand 17th century welcome.
We're in Ham's Great Hall to find out more about this curious regal relationship.
Isn't it an amazing house?
Well, it's grand, but it's not intimidating, is it? It's not vast.
Although it's not huge, this is a senior courtier's house.
Yeah.
They say it's one of the finest 17th century survivals in Europe.
I can believe it. The gilded cornice and the balusters all the way round. It's wonderfully elegant. And when you come in that front door, you know, oh, this is the house of someone classy.
Absolutely. Although they were a family on the rise, rather than one who started out at the very top of the tree.
Now, who are the two Roman gods above the fireplace, then?
They're Mars and Minerva, but in fact, they're also William Murray and his wife, Catherine Bruce.
So they put their statues up there and said, we are Roman gods.
That's right. Now, William Murray, he wasn't from the very grandest of families, but crucially, his uncle became tutor to the young Prince Charles.
And the young Prince Charles, of course, would become Charles I. He's in at court.
He's very much in at court. It's even said that he was Prince Charles's whipping boy.
Oh, that's a bit unkind. So how can you become his whipping boy? Did they grow up together then?
They were very much of an age. The theory runs that a prince was too grand to be beaten by his tutor, as all other schoolboys were. So he had a courtier, a whipping boy, who took the punishment on his behalf.
Well, if you ended up with a house like this, then presumably it was worth taking the flak a bit, was it?
Absolutely.
So this is the environment in which Elizabeth grew up. Not bad.
She was born the year that her father acquired the house, so she'll absolutely have grown up knowing and loving it.
She would have had a taste for the finer things in life then.
Which never left her.
Elizabeth's father, William Murray, went on to serve the king as a gentleman of the bedchamber, a very senior royal aide. And in a sign of how highly he was valued by Charles I, he was rewarded with the lease of Ham House. It clearly paid to be the whipping boy. As the eldest of 3 girls, Elizabeth was the heiress. William Murray treated her like a son. She benefited from a full classical education and her father's cosy relationship with the king.
And here we've got something that absolutely proves how close William was to the king.
Gosh.
Look at this. This is something the public never get to see.
Beautiful. A Bible?
No, it's the Book of Common Prayer.
But this is the most elaborate cover, which, when it was new, would have shone. It looks like silver and gold thread.
Absolutely. Metal, there were embroidery from the king's own embroiderer. And of course we can see here CR, Charles Rex.
So the personal gift from the king to William Murray.
Commissioned by him, yes.
Can we look inside it?
We can. I have to be very careful as I'm not allowed to touch the metalwork there.
Right.
Okay, there.
What have we got? The Book of Common Prayer. Yes, here we are, 1625. Oh, well, there you are. That really rather proves the point, doesn't it? A present from King Charles I. Wow. This is something very spectacular.
This is a real treasure for the house.
Yeah. Can you imagine that? When it was first minted, and they must have left it out to show off.
Yes, I think if you had something like that, then
you'd want to show it.
You'd want to make sure everybody knew about it.
It proves beyond any doubt whatsoever that this was a household that was on intimate relations with the king.
It does.
Elizabeth grew up in a wholly royalist household. Her father, William, was one of Charles I's closest confidants. He was renowned for his vengeful temper and cunning.
These qualities were clearly admired by the king, who frequently employed him to attend secret meetings and arrangements that would further his political influence.
But in 1642, civil war engulfed the country. The parliamentarians, under Oliver Cromwell, fought to overthrow the English monarchy, eventually executing King Charles I. William Murray was forced to flee, leaving behind his wife Catherine, to whom he'd shrewdly transferred the ownership of Ham House. She was left in charge of this impressive property, along with the teenage Elizabeth and her sisters.
This female-dominated house was now in danger of being seized by the parliamentarians. It was up to Catherine to defend it.
Curator Dr. Jane Eade is taking me to Ham's Long Gallery to explain exactly how Elizabeth's mother Catherine was such a formidable force.
It must have been a frightening time for royalist families who were suddenly out of favour.
Yes, absolutely. Because, of course, as supporters of the king, they're naturally opposed to Parliament. And the key thing is you don't want to be on the losing side and you need to protect your assets.
Catherine is then here on her own.
Yeah.
Because William's away.
Yes.
Where's he?
He's travelling a lot on the King's behalf, and seeing the way things were going, he actually transfers formally, legally, the estates at Ham to Catherine and her daughters.
She is now then in charge of Ham House.
Yes, she is.
What a responsibility.
I think it was a huge responsibility. It was a really unsettling time, but well, you can see her here in this portrait.
She looks an indomitable sort of woman. You wouldn't argue with her, would you?
She looks a determined lady, I think.
Presumably there was a danger of the house being seized by the parliamentarians.
Yes, absolutely, and there was a farm here. I mean, it's quite a great estate, and the cattle, goods, all those sorts of things, good horses, are all the kinds of things that they would have wanted to take.
So she was on very dangerous ground.
She really was on dangerous ground, yeah, and here alone with her daughters.
How did Catherine manage to hang on to Ham House in the face of all that opposition?
She petitioned Parliament endlessly, ceaselessly, and in fact we have a really interesting early document at Ham hidden in the archives which proves just how good and successful she was petitioning. And it's dated 1643, and it's a letter from the people in charge of seizing assets, and it essentially confirms that Catherine is going to be allowed plundered goods which were seized from Ham to be returned.
At the Committee for Sequestration of the Estates of Delinquents and Papists in the county of Surrey, it's ordered that upon payment of £40, that Mrs. Murray nor any of her tenants or servants shall not be hereafter molested or troubled for the said goods. So she's paid £40, which is a considerable sum of money then.
Yeah. She's paid the money to get her own goods back, but at least it means she's going to be left alone, at least for the moment.
So Catherine has successfully defended Ham House. She's hung on to it.
Yeah.
Did she ever see William Murray then? Again, he'd gone off doing his works for the king. Did they see each other?
They did, and in fact, rather oddly, given that she was suspected of passing money to the royalist cause, they allowed her just after this incident to go and see William in Oxford, stay at the royal court, but perhaps they were hoping to catch her out.
It's impossible to overestimate just how dangerous life would have been for Catherine Elizabeth and the other sisters at that time. And yet when you look into those eyes, you can see she's not a woman to be messed with, that Catherine Murray, is she?
I agree, yeah. I think she was tough.
The trip to Oxford by the ladies of Ham House was a brave show of support for the royalist cause. I'm returning to her opulent bedchamber with the Trust's Sarah McGrady to see a very special piece of Elizabeth Murray's luggage.
So this is the sort of thing that they would have travelled with, is it, this strong box?
Yes, it is. Strong boxes, by the very name, had to be strong.
But it's beautiful as well as being practical.
Very.
Can we look inside?
Yes, let's. So, it's quite tricky and finicky. We don't do this very often.
Well, I'm very grateful. OK, that's it.
We're in.
Yep.
So we've got these lovely little semi-secret compartments. If we drop them down, you can imagine papers being kept in there and various things like that. We lower this down onto this rest.
All right. Ah. And you got drawers.
Silk tabs that we use to open it. So we'll open this very unassuming drawer. If you could hold that for me, that would be most appreciated.
This is like a conjuring trick, isn't it? What's going to pop up?
Well, so there's a secret drawer here. Can you guess where it is?
Presumably at the back, somewhere in there.
It could be. Sometimes it is in his cabinets, but no, this one is actually just
here.
Now
that's clever.
It is, isn't it?
You think that's a part of the structure?
And then, so we push this bit open.
Ah, right.
And then you could put in, whatever you want, really.
So there's a hole there. So your jewels, your diamonds could go in there. Very clever. So even though they were travelling, they would have wanted luxury goods to travel with. It's got to be posh.
Yeah, they wouldn't have dropped their standards too much.
Imagine Catherine saying to Elizabeth, darling, don't let your standards drop in spite of the Puritans. How arduous, Sarah, do you think that journey was to Oxford?
I mean, very. Times were very fraught, so there would have been various dangers on the road anyway, and then to make matters worse, Catherine had to round up 5 old nags.
Why were there no decent horses? This was a wealthy family.
Both armies were using all the good horses in the fighting.
So there'd be no decent horses, nothing with 4 legs left here, really?
No, not really.
William must have been pleased to see them when they got there.
Absolutely. He'd been apart from them from a year already, so I think it was been a huge boost for him to have his family arrive. And if we come over here, I can show you why.
Ooh.
So this is so special. This is a miniature of Catherine Bruce, Elizabeth's mother, and it's in its original travelling case, made out of ebony.
Can we open it?
Yes, let's. So, go.
Oh, look at that. How beautiful.
Yeah.
So whose was it?
So this was William Murray's. It's a travelling case, so likely that he would have travelled into Scotland, to Oxford.
And taken the picture of his wife with him and had it on his bedside table.
So you can imagine him getting in from a hard day, trying to drum up royalist support for Charles I, and he pops it on his table, opens it up, and he sees his loving wife.
This is the equivalent of the wallpaper on his mobile phone then, the picture you have of your family.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's really lovely.
It must have been a great comfort to him, but also he must have been very worried knowing that he was in Scotland or Oxford or wherever. Catherine, Elizabeth and the other sisters are holding the fort here at Ham. Worrying times.
It's very different to nowadays. We can just phone each other to make sure that we're okay, but this is all that he had.
Well, one thing that this proves for sure is that he missed her and his daughters. And it also proves, looking at that strong box over there, that they missed him.
Catherine had so far won her fight for Ham. By July 1646, Parliament acknowledged she could keep hold of the estate. Elizabeth Murray had learnt important lessons from both her mother and father on how to navigate this challenging political climate. But while the Civil War still raged, the future of Ham House could not be taken for granted. Sitting proudly on the banks of the River Thames, Ham House was home to the smart and resolute heiress Elizabeth Murray in the 17th century, one of the most turbulent eras in British history. But Elizabeth wasn't the only determined woman to leave an indelible mark here at Ham House. The Father Thames statue that has adorned the front lawn here at Ham for over 200 years is the handiwork of craftswoman Eleanor Coad. Ronnie Archer-Morgan is in Lyme Regis to uncover just how Eleanor left such a memorable impression.
I'm here in Dorset, following in the footsteps of an unsung hero of 18th century English architecture. Though largely forgotten today, the craftswoman Eleanor Coad was a big deal in her day. She created Coadstone, the versatile ceramic clay that features on some of Britain's most prestigious landmarks. I'm heading to Eleanor's former home, Belmont House, to meet stonemason Philip Thompson, a leading Coadstone expert and restorer. Hi, Philip.
Hello, Ronnie. Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you. What an amazing house, Philip.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Was this where Eleanor lived?
This is where she lived some of the time. It was her seaside retreat.
So all these details are in Coadstone, are they?
Absolutely, yeah. All these embellishments would have been made in her factory at Lambeth.
So exactly what is Coadstone?
Coadstone actually was an early form, an 18th century artificial stone.
Yeah.
It's a ceramic material, and it's a recipe that she inherited and then modified and made better. 200 years later, her work still survives as good as it was when it left the kiln. So, amazing.
It looks to me as though it's as hard-wearing as limestone or something.
More so.
More so?
Yeah, definitely more so.
In 1769, having perfected the recipe for her revolutionary Coadstone, Eleanor went into business, establishing the Coad Artificial Stone Company. So what was it about Coadstone that craftsmen liked at the time?
Well, number one, I think, was the ability to achieve exquisite detail. It was an incredibly versatile material. If you had a particular design which was repetitive, you could reproduce it more easily or more cost-effectively than you could, say, carving in stone.
Well, she was a woman and a shrewd innovator, operating in a man's world, which in those days was really something. Eleanor's product was superior to anything else on the market, but it wasn't just the stone that made her business such a success. So what have we got here, Philip?
This is the copy of the Coad catalogue from the late 18th century, and played a big part in the success of her marketing strategy.
Ah, I see, yeah.
And inside you'll see line drawings of the various items that she produced at the factory. Clever marketing.
Nowadays, the use of Coadstone is a rare practice. Philip is one of the few people who figured out Eleanor's secret recipe, and he sculpts with it in his workshop today. Wow, I love that Sphinx.
Yeah, this is a piece of work we just completed for a client.
So I presume that this is the unfired Codestone clay?
Yeah. The principal ingredients are 3 types of clay. We have china clay, Devon ball clay, and fire clay. And we have flint, ground glass, and grog. Right, Ronnie, it's time to get our hands dirty and have a go.
Oh, can't wait.
So we put that into the mould, and then we press like this.
So can I have a go? Should I just press that?
Yeah, pressing it into all the crevices.
All the crevices,
yeah. Absolutely.
You're much more dexterous at it than I am.
I've been doing it for a few years, Ronnie.
The last piece of the jigsaw.
The last piece. Normally we would leave this for a day, but we haven't got time. What we'll do is we'll give it a few minutes, we'll have a cup of tea, and then we'll come back and take the mould apart.
Okay.
Okay, Ronnie, let's see your handiwork.
My handiwork? Our handiwork? Oh my God.
All things considered, you haven't done a bad job there, Ronnie.
Look at that. No, it's good. I've seen the real quality of Codestone, and obviously all credit to Eleanor Code.
Absolutely, yeah.
And Eleanor's spectacular work still takes pride of place here at Ham, a fitting testament to an incredible 18th century woman. But more than 100 years earlier, another resolute figure would determine the very existence of Ham House.
In 1649, Elizabeth Murray came of age. She was clever, witty, and opinionated. And she also now became the mistress of Ham.
It was to be a chaotic year for Elizabeth. Her powerful mother died, and King Charles I had been executed. The imposing Oliver Cromwell and his army now had royalists like Elizabeth's father on the run. To ensure her survival and that of this grand house, Elizabeth would need to be politically astute. The Trust's Seri Meekins is taking me to Ham's still room, a space believed to be built especially for Elizabeth.
So, what exactly is a still room?
Well, a still room is where all sorts of lotions and potions were distilled in order to make beauty treatments, cosmetics and medicines.
So it wasn't just beer, ale and that kind of thing?
Absolutely not.
What would Elizabeth have done in here?
Well, it's the one room in the house where Elizabeth would have worked alongside her servants.
Oh.
And we know that Elizabeth was very interested in medicine because there were lots of letters from Elizabeth to friends and family advising about their various ailments. So she would have made all sorts of ointments and cures, as well as beauty treatments and cosmetics.
What sort of ingredients would she have used?
We've got clove over there, would have been used for toothaches.
Mm-hmm. You've got lavender.
We've got lavender as well.
Some rather suspicious-looking snails.
Yes.
Oranges.
And a hair dye made with bits of lizards and leeches.
Not a lot to call for that nowadays, is there? I notice here we've also got the little Delights for Ladies book.
Delights for Ladies would have been full of housekeeping tips and beauty treatments.
Just a minute though, take mice dung, beaten in powder.
Most ladies of big houses like this would have all sorts of family recipes.
Oh, this is better, look. A medicine for the headache. Take a handful of rosemary, very handy. 2 handfuls of betony.
There we go, but we have mint because it's from the betony family, but we couldn't get any betony.
So these are all near offer?
It's near offer.
Right, a spoonful of honey.
A spoonful of honey.
And settle them all in Malmsey.
Malmsey, here we are.
That's not Malmsey.
It's a Malmsey substitute.
What is it?
It's Pinot Grigio.
I love this 21st century version. And what? Wash your head there with... Oh, you wash your head with it?
Yes. So let's
have
a little
go.
go.
Let's clip this. Oh, goodness me. Now, while we're doing this, I've got to ask you about Elizabeth and the change of rule, because Charles I is beheaded, Cromwell, the parliamentarians, come to power. What's her relationship with Cromwell?
Elizabeth was a survivor. She was a real pragmatist. She would have done anything that she could to make sure that her family held on to this property. Therefore, if a relationship with friendship with Cromwell was what was called for, that's what she did.
So she charmed the Lord Protector and she charmed Cromwell, did she?
Well, we have no evidence of this, but there were all sorts of rumours that they had an affair. When he died in 1658, Elizabeth wrote to a friend that she knew him, and the wags at the time thought this was in the biblical sense.
So she was in effect a double agent?
There is a strong possibility that she worked for Parliament up until Oliver Cromwell died. After his death, she definitely spied for the Royalists. In this very still room, Elizabeth made invisible ink to be used in her secret missives to the Royalists who were working in exile.
So she's, as you say, she was a survivor.
She was a survivor.
Do you know, all this political manoeuvring's giving me a headache. Shall we try this remedy?
Well,
and see
why
if it
not?
Works?
Let us try.
Oh my, I don't know that
I'm... A little bit of honey.
In there, yeah.
And then...
Right.
A little bit of the wine.
Bit of the
hot wine.
Bit of the Malmsey Pinot
And then we
Grigio.
mix it all up together.
Do I have to put that on my hair now? It's
Well, I think that might be a bit of a mess, so I think we'll put some in here.
Yeah.
Now, you're going to be amazed by how quickly your headache's
really?
going to go. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
There you go. On your forehead.
Oh.
That's right.
It does smell nice. I don't know that it's working. I think this might work better.
Elizabeth was proving to be a very shrewd operator. Her relationship with Cromwell had helped her navigate dangerous political waters and safeguard her hold on Ham House. Ham House, a lavish 17th century mansion in southwest London, survived one of the most troubled periods in British history, the English Civil War. In the summer of 1651, the future Charles II marched an army against Oliver Cromwell to avenge the execution of his father, Charles I, and reclaim the throne of England. But at the Battle of Worcester, they were defeated, and Charles was forced to flee for his life. Now on the run, he was reliant on safe houses owned by loyal royalists. Oz Clarke has travelled to Moseley Old Hall in Staffordshire, one of the places where Charles II hid while he was a king-in-waiting.
This atmospheric Elizabethan pile is home to a dramatic story.
I'm meeting Zoe Williams from the Trust to find out more.
Zoe, this is a fantastic tale. Tell me more about it.
Well, this was a very troubled time. Charles did lose the Battle of Worcester absolutely comprehensively. He was routed. He then had to escape and pretty much on his own was travelling around the countryside in disguise and trying desperately to get to France, back into exile.
So he'd be hiding during the day and travelling at night?
Yes, the countryside was full of parliamentarian soldiers who were looking for the king. And Charles had to find people that were prepared to take him in. It was a massive risk for anyone to take.
A devout Catholic in a Protestant Britain, Charles sought refuge where he could, searching out houses who practiced his faith and supported the king. Moseley Old Hall was one of the key homes to open its doors in his hour of need.
So he was the most wanted man in the country. The Whitgift family were taking a tremendous risk.
Punishment for treachery in those days was to be hung, drawn and quartered.
In the early morning of September the 8th, 5 days after the battle was lost, Charles arrived on this very doorstep, cold, exhausted, and in need of a place to hide.
Nice old door.
Yeah, we think it's the original door, and he remembered it 9 years later because he actually described it when he was in the ship as he was coming back to be restored to the throne.
After days on the run, Charles was given dry clothes, food, and a proper bed.
Ah, so this is where Charles II slept.
That's right, but back in 1651, it was the priest's room, Father Huddleston. The reason why this was the priest's bedroom is because we've got a cupboard next door to it, and in the cupboard is a secret priest hole, which is the safe place he can retreat to if danger threatens. There's this hidden door with yet another door hiding behind it.
Okay.
Down to your left, you can see where the hiding place is, under the floor. So bear in mind that Charles was 6'2", and this is quite a small, cramped space for him to get into, but it was vital for his safety.
Here we go. Hey, actually not as difficult as I thought. God, it's not very big. Did the parliamentary forces get here?
Yes, they did. So he had to scramble to get into there.
So how close did they get?
They were actually in the front garden, but they'd never actually searched the house. They never knew how close they were.
The priest hole kept Charles safe while he was staying at Moseley Old Hall, but it was a local lady, Jane Lane, who eventually helped him flee the country. The Trust's Nicole Turner has some rare royal correspondence which sheds light on the King's eventual escape.
So you can see down here in the corner that we've got Charles's signature there.
And this is, I see, Paris, Monday the 23rd of 1652.
Yes, so he was writing to Jane Lane while he was in exile in Paris.
Who was she and what did she do?
Jane Lane was instrumental in taking King Charles from here down to Bristol, where they were hoping to catch a ferry over to France. So King Charles was disguised as her manservant, and he rode with her all the way down to Bristol over the course of about 2 or 3 days.
Wow. So what exactly does the letter say?
So the letter is saying that the king wants to reward Jane for her role in his escape. He says he doesn't have the means to do it while he's in exile, but as soon as he's restored to the throne, he would like to repay her for everything that she did for him. Eventually, he rewards her with £1,000 and then £1,000 every year after.
Every year?
Every year, yeah. It's a great amount in those times.
It certainly was.
Charles remained in exile in France for nearly a decade. He now waited in the wings for his chance to claim the throne.
What an epic tale of royalty on the run. And what a fabulous place, too. Moseley Old Hall, the house that saved a king.
Having ensured his survival and kept his head, the monarch in waiting would finally be able to return.
Oliver Cromwell died in 1658, and just 2 years later, King Charles II was restored to the throne of England.
And here at Ham, Elizabeth was victorious. The king rewarded her with a pension of £800 a year for her services to the royalist cause, the equivalent of around £150,000 in today's money.
She'd played both sides with great aplomb and once again guaranteed her survival.
By 1660, Charles II was firmly on the throne. Elizabeth Murray's shrewd political manoeuvring paid off, and Ham House was safe. Elizabeth married twice and had 11 children. She became a duchess and rose to the very top of society. And as the turbulent 17th century drew to a close, so did the life of the formidable Elizabeth Murray. She died aged 72 here at her beloved Ham House. Volunteer Pauline Robinson has already convinced me that Elizabeth haunts Ham, but she's back with a startling revelation. Her ladyship is not alone.
Has Elizabeth been seen here in the round gallery? Does she occupy this?
No, not so much here. It's more the stairs.
Yeah.
But we have other things associated with her here.
What sort of other things? I mean, she's not the only ghost here, then?
Oh, by no means, no. Elizabeth and the Duke were great followers of royal fashion. They had a King Charles Spaniel.
Now, did King Charles I really have King Charles Spaniel?
Apparently he had 29.
Good gracious.
Elizabeth and the Duke had 1.
How do you know that?
Well, now, if you'd like to lift this cloth, here he is.
Oh, my goodness. Where did it come from?
Well, a casket smaller than this was found in the kitchen gardens ages ago. We now keep it in a storeroom, so it's not normally on display.
Right. But does he then walk with Elizabeth around the house?
Well, not with her, but he's heard and he's felt. Now, from time to time, visitors come up to one of us room guides. I thought dogs were not allowed in National Trust houses. Oh, no, sir, madam, no. But I've just seen one on the stairs. Oh, What sort of dog? Brown and white spaniel.
No. And they don't know the story?
No.
Well, I mean, that's pretty sort of convincing, isn't it?
Yes, and some say, a dog just brushed past me.
Well, I'm just pleased Elizabeth's got some company, really. Go on, off you go, find your mistress.
Elizabeth was raised and died here amid the grandeur of Ham House, an heiress who mixed with royalty and enjoyed flaunting her success.
But she'd lived a life of drama to get there, navigating her way through the Civil War and the subsequent political chaos.
Elizabeth prospered across a century where ideas were challenged, but she learnt the ultimate lesson from her parents: how to survive.
Without Elizabeth, it's quite possible that Ham would still not be standing, and we would have lost Europe's finest example of 17th century fashion and power.
Next time, I'm at Penrhyn Castle.
This is an astonishing here's me and here's my castle.
An imposing Welsh fortress that's not what it seems.
It's all smoke and mirrors, I'm afraid.
I've been had.
And a spectacular display of wealth and power.
My goodness me.
With a dark side.
There was 2 rows of soldiers. If the crowd had moved, they would have to fire on them.
And Floella Benjamin unearths a more humble stone dwelling.
We still had people living in caves here in Britain.
From Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes.
My goodness.
And magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
Oh, this is stepping back in time.
Join me and a host of celebrities.
I can't believe people lived here.
With a passion for the past.
It really is a little hidden treasure, isn't it?
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
This is really exciting.
With unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
Would you like to see some of his speeches that I brought from the archive in
No,
Cambridge?
not yes. From the highest heights. There's a heck of a view from up here. To the deepest depths. We've got stalactites here.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Here he is.
Oh!
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
It's a good job I'm slim. These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
It's so big, it's so intricate, it's so beautiful.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions. Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust. Penrhyn Castle is a forbidding fortress. Perched high above the Menai Strait in North Wales, with breathtaking views stretching to the Snowdonia Mountains, it was once home to the prosperous Pennant family.
Who made their fortune in slate, sugar, and slavery.
This vast castle is a statement of the Pennants' colossal wealth and power across 3 centuries. It holds the secrets of their slave plantation past and played a direct part in the origins of British trade unionism.
Within the castle walls lies a story of economic boom and a long, embittered battle for workers' rights that ripped the local community apart.
A turbulent struggle that's taken over a century to heal. by exploring secrets hidden in the rafters.
It's all smoke and mirrors, I'm afraid.
I've been had.
Unveiling shocking historic documents.
The Pennant family had 764 enslaved workers.
That's a huge amount.
And revealing harsh conflicts from the past.
There is no traitor in this house. If you didn't have one of those in your windows...
You probably had a brick through it instead.
You may have had a brick through it, yeah.
I'll expose Penrhyn Castle's part in this dramatic chapter in Britain's industrial history. Also tonight, Dan Jones is in Dorset to uncover the fate of other early trade unionists.
This looks to me like a total stitch-up. It absolutely was. They were sentenced to 7 years transportation, hard labour in Australia.
Miriam O'Reilly is a stone's throw from Penrhyn to unearth the back-breaking toil that helped build the Pennant's vast fortune.
It was literally dug out by the quarrymen's hands.
And Floella Benjamin heads to an unexpected sanctuary from the industrial age.
We still had people living in caves here in Britain.
But first, I need to discover why this castle isn't quite as formidable as it seems.
With its loopholes and arrow slits, high curtain wall and 4 titanic towers, complete with genuine murder holes, Penrhyn screams authenticity. But in reality, nothing is what it seems. To reveal Penrhyn Castle's hidden secrets, I'm heading to the Grand Hall to meet the Trust's Marilyn Pryke-Davies.
Well, if the outside demonstrates power, Marilyn...
Hello, Alan.
Hello. The inside does as well, but also luxury. This is an astonishing here's me and here's my castle, isn't it?
That's right. It was built to impress, and this Grand Hall has the wow factor. And that is what this family wanted for the visitor and guest.
But it is like a cathedral, isn't it? It's not just in its stature, but also the stained glass everywhere.
They're very similar to Canterbury Cathedral.
Yeah.
And these fabulous windows are designed by Thomas Wilman, and he was the craftsman of his day in stained glass.
They wanted to demonstrate their wealth.
They did. It's a real case of if you've got it, flaunt it. And they had it.
But who were the Pennants? Who were these people who built it and owned it?
Well, they were industrialists of their time and made their money from sugar and slate. They stemmed from Flintshire, and this was a base to entertain and show off.
Well, with the emphasis on showing off. I mean, this is quite astonishing, isn't it?
It is.
How much did it cost to build it?
There is a figure of 150,000, and in the 19th century, that would have been worth 14 million.
Gosh. When was it built?
Between 1820 and 1840.
But if that's the 19th century, castles aren't built in the 19th century. Castles are built in medieval times.
That's true. It's a fantasy castle, Alan, but all the secrets will be revealed when you go up above.
The secrets are in the roof?
Correct.
You're staying here?
Correct. Bye-bye.
I find it difficult to fathom how Penrhyn can be anything but a genuine castle. But I'm told the Trust's Taya Drake, high up in a hidden void in the castle's roof, can persuade me.
Well, they tell me it's fantasy and not real. Taya, lovely to see you.
Nice to meet
you. But I still have to be convinced, even though in here it's not a million miles from my own attic. I have to say, it's a bit like it. But you know, it really does feel like a real castle.
It does, but this is proof that what you see downstairs in the Grand Hall is not actually what you get. It's all smoke and mirrors.
So what's this? What's below here?
So this is actually the ceiling of the Grand Hall.
But now I can see from here, what I thought was stone is lath and plaster. You can see the plaster coming through the wooden laths.
From downstairs, it's to make it look as if you're looking outside, or in fact, you've got this whole room above you.
But yeah, they could have used lath and plaster in medieval times, you know?
Absolutely, but what will convince you once and for all is over here, Alan, if you follow me.
You obviously think I'm a doubting Thomas.
At the time of the castle's construction, George Hay Dawkins' Pennant was Lord Penrhyn. He employed the famous architect Thomas Hopper to create his neo-Norman fantasy.
So what are we looking at here?
So this is proof that it is a Victorian red brick house in disguise.
Originally, there must have been something here much older than that, presumably.
So there's been 3 houses here. This is the 3rd actual building. So there was a medieval manor house, there was then another Gothic castle before this Victorian one was built.
So all that stonework on the outside is just a fascia?
Basically, he built this Victorian structure to then put the castle facade on top of.
Well, I am convinced now. I give in. I've been had. Beautifully. What about the stained glass?
So again, it's another trick, I'm afraid. So we've got these funnels that make it look as if you're looking up at the outside when you're in the Grand Hall.
So that whole tube there that's going up to the roof, the stained glass is down there and the light's coming straight down, making it look as though that is the roof of the Great Hall. It's astonishing, isn't it? Why did he do it?
So it was all for show. It was to build something really spectacular.
And if you don't have history going back to Norman times, build yourself a house that makes it look as though you do.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Pennant fooled me. I'd have given him a medieval tick from the outside, even though now I'm in here, it's just all show, isn't it?
This convincing facade dominates this corner of North Wales, despite being an almighty fake fortress. Penrhyn Castle in North Wales was the fantasy home of the wealthy Pennant family.
But this castle is merely a facade, built with their fabulous riches around their rather more modest medieval manor house.
An instant landmark and an almighty monument to the Pennants' power. It was to become a tourist attraction, so popular in fact that the family built hotels nearby and sold admission to the castle when they were away. To uncover the lengths the Pennant family went to make their castle dream reality, I'm back with the Trust's Marilyn Pryke-Davies.
Marilyn, if you're going to have a grand castle, you have got to have a grand staircase. This is a grand staircase.
It's not for the minimalist or the faint-hearted, is it?
No, it's busy. It's busy. Who built it?
Well, it was built by local craftsmen, but it was designed by Thomas Hopper. This used to be the courtyard when it was a medieval manor house.
If it was a manor house rather than a castle, you've not got the space to do a grand sweeping staircase. This one clings to the wall.
This is it. But it's Thomas Hopper in all his glory. You know, everything you see here is Thomas Hopper.
Can we walk up?
Yes, come on, let's go and explore.
Hopper was favoured by King George IV, no less, and Pennant employed this celebrated architect to create his intricate castle.
The detail is astonishing, Riley. When you look at these, we've got geometric patterns, we've got rope twists, we've got floral braiding. It's all different.
It is. But it's the same decor that's outside, Alan. Once Thomas Hopper finished outside, he came in, so that's what the craftsman did.
It's all of a piece.
It is, and it took 10 years to complete.
Quite amazing. Do you think when they started at the bottom, they started going there, oh, God, we'll be 10 years before up there, half of us will be retired?
I'm sure that's true.
Come on.
But all the effort was worth it, as the higher you climb, the more spectacular it becomes.
My goodness me. You think this is all right, then you look at that, that's astonishing, isn't it?
It is.
It's so ornate. That must be plaster.
It is, and that's done by Italian craftsmen. Everything you see is local, but that ceiling is Italian craftsmen.
Do you know, I would have loved to have heard the Welshmen working on this, talking to the Italians working on that.
And saying, we can do better than you.
It's amazing, that wonderful skylight at the top, flooding it all with light. It beats the escalator at the local department store.
For George Hay Dawkins Pennant, money was no barrier to his castle-building ambition.
His annual income in the 19th century was estimated at £80,000 and the value of his property and possessions at £600,000.
In today's money, he'd be worth well over 50 million. The Trust's Taya Drake has gathered some surprising documents that reveal the controversial root of the Pennant's riches.
So this, presumably, is an indication as to where the Pennant family money came from.
It is. So a large portion of their money came from the sugar plantations in Jamaica, which were established in the 17th century.
Now that means the slave trade.
It does. So the Pennant family had 764 enslaved workers in their plantations in the West Indies.
That's a huge amount, 764. Goodness. And what have we got here?
So here we've got something that actually gives us the names of some of the enslaved people that were working for the Pennants.
Tom, 63, head driver, Abel. So this is a list of those who were enslaved, their ages, what they did, and their health. So everybody was monitored quite closely.
Very closely, yes.
Rodney, 23, bloated and sickly. Mingo, 21, runaway. So, oh, goodness me. Then we've got Myra, 24, pregnant. So he's got here a list of slaves and their relative usefulness, or not. And this here?
So this is actually a letter, because the Pennants were a distant landlord, so they weren't actually in Jamaica managing the plantation. This is from one of the managers who's actually saying they need more enslaved workers in order to carry out what is called in here demands from Lord Penrhyn.
He says he's bought 11 already, but he needs more for different parts of the plantation. Jamaica, April 22nd, 1774. So this is coming at a time now where slave trade was starting to be very much frowned upon.
It was, and what's quite interesting about this family is Richard Pennant, who owned the plantations, was actually an MP and campaigned against the abolition of slavery.
He wanted to keep his slaves?
Yes, he did.
Against emancipation?
It was only in 1833 when the Abolition Act happened.
Which is 60 years after this letter was written. So there's another 60 years of slavery.
But also, when the abolition came through, there was compensation granted to wealthy families for what was considered their loss.
How much compensation did the Pennants get then when the slaves were emancipated?
So at the time, it was £14,683, which today makes about 1.6 million.
A lot of money.
A lot of money.
And that was presumably ploughed into this house, was it? Because it's around about the same time, isn't it? The abolition of slavery and the construction of Penrhyn Castle.
It was. So a lot of that money came into North Wales, both in the castle, but there was also huge investment in the local area. So in agriculture, in roads, and most notably in the local village of Bethesda, the slate quarry.
So they went from sugarcane and slaves to slate.
Exactly, they did.
The Pennants brought their fortune back from the plantation fields of Jamaica and invested it in a humongous hole in the ground. Miriam O'Reilly is at Penrhyn Quarry, a stone's throw from the castle, to discover how this became the Pennants' biggest earner.
In the late 18th century, Richard Pennant moved into the slate business, taking control of Penrhyn Quarry and quickly turning it from a small local enterprise into a big money-making machine. His operation was so successful, this quarry became the largest man-made hole on the face of the planet.
I'm meeting historian Elwyn Hughes to find out how the production of slate made the Pennant family rich beyond their wildest dreams.
When Richard Pennant acquired it, how did he go about turning it into this monster money-making machine?
Well, after acquiring the whole area in around about 1781, he then bought the leases of men working in little groups on the mountainside. There were 80 such men, and they then worked for him. He transformed the whole area.
How many men came here?
Around about 1790s, about 200 men. And that number grew to about near enough 3,000.
Look at the size of that quarry, Elwyn. Just how deep is it?
It's about 1,000 feet deep, but most of it nowadays is hidden under the water.
It was literally dug out by the quarrymen's hands.
Absolutely, and they used very primitive tools, hammers, chisels, sledgehammers, and they would blast out parts of the rock face with gunpowder.
It must have been extremely dangerous.
From 1784 until 1960, over 400 men have been killed at this quarry.
Life for the quarrymen back then was fraught with danger and immense hardship. But while slate is still shipped across the globe, conditions and technology in the modern-day quarry are worlds away from its 19th century past. I'm meeting quarryman Martin Beattie to find out how it's changed.
What is the timescale now compared with a couple of hundred years ago?
The slate can come down from the face, from the quarry, down to the saws, sawn, split, dressed, packed within an hour and a half.
And a couple of hundred years or so ago, how long would it have taken?
2-3 days.
That's incredible. And when I think of those men that would have used hammers and chisels and taken days.
Oh, they'd have been at it for days and days, yeah.
Nowadays, machinery is used to slice the blocks of slate down to size. But there is still one process that harks back to the days of old.
What is happening here?
This is the splitting shed, and this is where the splitting of the block happens.
How easy is it to split slate?
It looks easy. When you're watching them, it looks easy, but it's not easy. In fact, you can have a go yourself and you can tell me.
Gary!
Hello!
You're going to show me how to split some slate today.
Yes, put your glasses on.
Put my glasses on.
You want to carry on now?
I will, but you make it look so easy.
Oh, well, I mean, we've doing it for years. Right, hold on now, move it along. Do the market to move it along. Right,
how many of these do you split in a day?
Oh, we usually do about 1,000 a day.
1,000 a day?
And again, and again. That's it. Lovely.
Have I done
That's how it's done.
I did it.
That's a good one.
It's a good one.
It's an industry that's world-renowned to this day, and it owes much of that legacy to the quarrymen of the 19th century who risked life and limb to extract this precious Welsh resource.
And on this very spot, over 100 years earlier, the splitting of slate would fracture the local community.
Today, I'm in North Wales at an impressive mock castle that was home to the cash-rich Pennant family.
They'd invested in the local quarry, employing almost 3,000 men and creating what was once the biggest man-made hole in the world. Business was booming. Using profits made from both slate and sugar, they added a wonderfully deceptive castle facade onto the medieval manor house they'd bought 50 years earlier.
They used it to show off their power, but also to distance themselves from their plantation past. But in the event of a siege, this fortress would serve them well.
And with workers' unrest growing at Penryn Quarry over union representation, pay and working conditions, the threat to this castle's defences suddenly became real. Professor Andrew Edwards has rarely seen historical records from Bangor Archive that document the dramatic and ultimately inevitable uprising of the Penryn quarrymen.
What a table, look at that.
Amazing stuff, yeah.
So, what sort of boss was Pennant, the lord of Penryn Castle?
I guess, as far as the workers were concerned, he was a kind of paternalistic, you know, he expected loyalty from the slate quarrymen, as he did with the people who worked on his land.
What did the men want that they weren't getting?
They wanted recognition for the union. They wanted a right to negotiate terms of work, whether it be salaries, whether it be working conditions. Remember, these are incredibly dangerous places to work.
So did the quarrymen not have representation?
Oh, they did have a union, they did have representation, but that wasn't recognised by the quarry owners.
What happened then as a result of this impasse?
One afternoon in October 1900, there was a dispute in the quarry, led to some violence and unrest, and 26 workers were arrested. 6 of those workers were convicted and dismissed. The other 20 tried to return to work. When they did return to work, the quarry managers made life quite difficult for them. And in response to that, the whole quarry went out on strike.
So the quarry closed?
The quarry closed. 2,800 workers went on strike.
How long did the strike last?
Around 3 years.
That's an enormous length of time.
It's one of the longest, if not the longest running strike in industrial history. But of course, the need for food, the need to survive forces some of them back to work. So by the summer of 1901, around 400 men are actually back in work in the quarry. Instinctively, they didn't want to do that, but they were forced back to work out of poverty.
And starvation.
And starvation.
And yet, it's not affecting Henry's lifestyle, because these are wonderfully glorious receipts from jewellers in New Bond Street. Very fine diamond tiara, 400 guineas.
Absolutely.
That was a huge amount of money. And 1902, antique pattern ruby and diamond heart pendant and brooch, £36.50. So he sees no reason to go through privation himself.
Absolutely, and it kind of epitomises the problem, doesn't it? That Penryn isn't that reliant on the money that the quarry is making in order to kind of carry on living the lifestyle that he's living.
Now, you've got a letter here, which is, it's written from Nottingham to Pennant.
Yeah.
So this is from a Nottingham collier, presumably. Is it?
Presumably, or could be, yeah.
Dear sir, I have this night had one of the happiest evenings of my life in hearing the Penryn Choir render songs in order to raise sums of money to support people who are now suffering through your own fault. So the Penryn Choir would have been there raising money to try and feed the community.
Absolutely.
Gosh, it's heartbreaking, isn't it? What was it like in this environment where you've got people who refuse to go on strike and want to work and people who do strike? Did it turn nasty?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, it becomes increasingly tense. There clearly was violence, there was damage to property.
And threats?
Threats, yeah. This is a sign, nid oes bradwr yn y tu hwn. There is no traitor in this house. This would be put in the window, obviously, by a family who was still supporting the strike. If you didn't have one of those in your windows, obviously...
You probably had a brick through it instead.
You may have had a brick through it, yeah.
Although this is little more now than 100 years ago it happened, do you think the effect is still noticeable and felt in the community?
Oh,
here?
absolutely. There are still people living in Bethesda and Tregarth who won't come anywhere near this building because of that history.
It was a long time ago, but it's had a lasting effect.
Wounds take a long time to heal, Alan. Yeah.
The quarrymen's strike may have been the longest in Britain's industrial history, but it had its roots in an earlier uprising, one that would shape the future of workers' power in the UK forever. Historian Dan Jones is in Dorset, at the village of Tolpuddle, where in 1834, 6 brave agricultural workers created one of the first trade unions.
This enormous sycamore has stood here on Tolpuddle Green for more than 300 years. In the 19th century, a group of overworked and underpaid farm labourers gathered here beneath its branches to take a stand against wealthy landlords and for workers' rights, a stand that still resonates today.
Tom DeWitt runs the Tolpuddle Museum, dedicated to keeping the story of these courageous men alive.
What was life like for ordinary workers back in the 19th century?
These were difficult times, partly driven by a series of bad harvests.
So people must have been very angry about these terrible conditions.
Absolutely. I mean, anger, but also genuine concern for people's kind of livelihoods and the starvation of their families.
This resulted in scenes of violent unrest around the country. Here in Tolpuddle, a group of farm labourers were seeking a more peaceful solution, led by a Methodist preacher called George Lovelace.
What did they actually do under that tree?
Well, they decided to form what was a friendly society, an early form of trade union, so that they could go to the landowner together for an increase in wages. If one person on their own just went to the landowner, they would simply be not only sacked themselves, they wouldn't be able to get any other work. It gives them that power of numbers. And they actually swore an oath of allegiance to the union.
Wow.
The local landowner, Squire Frampton, got wind of his workers' plans to fight for their rights and set out to scupper them with the help of the Home Secretary.
Melbourne suggested that there was a rather obscure law that was actually intended to prevent mutiny on board Royal Navy ships, which actually prevented anyone swearing an oath, which was not itself required by law.
Then what happened?
Well, he actually arranged for the men to be arrested.
All for meeting under a tree.
It was here, in Dorchester's old Shire courthouse, that the Toll Puddle men were tried for the obscure crime of administering an unlawful oath.
So, Tom, who tried the men?
Well, the judge was Baron John Williams, but there was also the jury.
On the lower level, there was a petty jury made up of the men's peers, and above them a grand jury of local gentry, including Squire Frampton.
So all those landowners and squires who were sitting around the courtroom, they had a vested interest in these men being found guilty, didn't they?
Absolutely. The judge actually said to the petty jury, if you find these men not guilty, you shall forfeit the opinion of the grand jury. And that's all of the employers. So he's saying to those people, if you acquit these men, you won't work again.
So this looks to me like a total stitch-up.
It absolutely was. They were sentenced to 7 years transportation, hard labour in Australia, which was an incredibly harsh sentence.
That is absolutely terrible. So what was the public reaction to this incredibly corrupt verdict?
The emerging trade union movement saw that this was an important test case. So they actually organised mass protests, notably in London, where around 100,000 people marched to Parliament, and they took with them a petition of over 1 million people, which took several men to carry.
Wow, so eventually the government gives up and says, OK, justice has not been served in this case?
That's right. The men were granted a full free pardon, and also, importantly, they were given their fair home, so they were brought back to this country. It's the first case where a mass protest actually has brought about a change.
It helped sow the seed of the first trade union congress to defend workers' rights. And the tree at the root of the story has become a place of pilgrimage in memory of these men, known as the Toll Puddle Martyrs.
But 6 decades on, in the early 1900s, Penryn quarry workers were still fighting for their right to a union. The battle would tear the local community apart. Wyn Roberts' family have lived here for generations. His grandfather was directly involved in the Great Penryn Quarry Strike.
So how long have you lived in and around Bethesda?
All my life. I've been away once or twice, that's all.
How old are you?
90.
Heavens. So you really have seen the changes here?
Yes, yeah.
We've got a lovely photograph here of some of your family members. I want to know who they are. The man right down at the front with the amazing whiskers.
Grandfather.
Right, what did he do?
He was a quarryman.
So he worked at the quarry?
That's it.
Yeah. And there, this chap on the right?
My father, blacksmith.
He was a blacksmith. But grandfather worked in the quarry then?
Yes.
Was he a striker or did he break the strike?
No, he was a striker.
Yeah.
There was a lot of support for the strike from all over the country. Food was sent here, shoes, boots and everything.
You saw it all through your family, so how did that strike affect the two factions within the community? Those who agreed to stay on strike and those who wanted to break the strike, who felt they had to break the strike simply to work and feed their families?
It split the whole community, you see. Some people said, well, if I am making the sacrifice, why can't you? And there were fights every Saturday night.
So it's violent times?
Yes. Yes.
So you had a bitterly divided village?
That's right.
For years?
Yes. Yes.
It still seems raw to many locals. It must have been a time of enormous hardship, great hardship.
Most of the men went to work in other industries, like my family went to South Wales, to the coal mines and everything.
So they would leave their families behind?
Yes.
Go off and work in South Wales?
Send the money home.
Gosh, what an uproar, what an upheaval for a family.
It's terrible, yeah. There was one shameful episode. You know, there were demonstrations and everything. And one side of the street in Bethesda, the strikers were hundreds of them. The other side of the street was 2 rows of soldiers. One row on their knees with the rifles and the other standing behind. And the riot act was read there 3 times. If the crowd had moved 1 step forward, they would have to fire on them.
Goodness.
but the crowd sang hymns and made a mockery of it all.
You've been nursing a piece of metal on your lap. What is it?
It's a slate-splitting chisel. That is what split the community, the strikers and the strike breakers.
The divisions still resonate today, but there are signs of change.
Penrhyn Castle is an imposing neo-Norman fortress high above the Menai Strait in North Wales.
This 19th century fantasy castle belonged to the Pennant family, built from plantation profits and the toil of their quarry labourers. Life was hard for these workers and those throughout Britain, but some found respite from the harsh conditions of the industrial age. Floella Benjamin is at Kinver Edge near Birmingham to unearth an unusual sanctuary.
The Trust is known for its grand houses and stately homes, so it's quite intriguing coming to a rock face in the West Midlands. But behind me here, carved deep in the sandstone, are caves which were once used as unique dwellings.
To discover more about the people who lived in them, I'm meeting the Trust's Helen Selkirk.
Good to see you, Helen. Lovely to meet you. These rock houses are absolutely incredible. So how many people actually lived here?
We know that at its peak in 1861, we had 11 families with 46 different people living in there.
There's quite a lot of people. So how was it all laid out? How would they have lived?
So in this rocky outcrop, we've got 3 different levels, and they just chiseled rooms straight out of the sandstone.
I can't believe people lived here.
Yes, potentially for thousands of years, but the earliest record we have for sure is 1700, right up until the 1960s.
So when we had the decades of the Beatles and men landing on the moon, we still had people living in caves here in Britain.
Yeah, they were the last troglodytes of the UK.
I'd love to see it. Can I have a look?
Of course.
Great.
An ironworks flourished close by in Hyde, and from the Industrial Revolution onwards, in part, it was local workers that made these caves their home.
Wow! This is much bigger than I expected to find. And I can see the way it's all carved out into the rock. It's got a lovely shape to it all. I feel like you've got a little gnome in here.
Each cottage was 2 rooms. They've got this space, and then they've got a bedroom next door.
Well, what about a toilet? What about running water? How would they have existed in a place like this?
So the toilet would have been an outhouse. The bathtub is hanging on the wall.
And the fireplace here?
Very much the heart of the home, yeah. That's where you would do all your cooking. It's where you would heat your water up, and it's how this place was heated.
So why would they decide to live here rather than live in the town?
We're in the Black Country at the moment, and during the Industrial Revolution, those towns were really quite grimy. There was a lot of smog. This was considered a much healthier place to live. Tourists would come and visit the countryside of Kinver Edge, and the families here would sell them tea and cakes.
These fascinating houses are even more remarkable because families were still living here just over 50 years ago. Nick Novak's grandfather and mother moved to Kinver just after the Second World War, and I'm meeting him by the tea room that was once his home.
You actually lived here, the little boy. Why did your family move here?
I think post-war Birmingham was pretty depressing. You know, there was a lot of bomb damage and so on, so they thought it was a good opportunity to get out into the countryside, and they came and bought this whole top section, which included these houses and these caves.
And what did they do here?
They run teas and coffees and cakes and scones for visitors. So I've still got a few family photographs of what it was like here. This is my grandfather, stood just over there, actually.
Yes.
This is my mother and father on their wedding day, just outside the doors there.
Oh, very proud-looking man.
Yes.
I can see the resemblance.
Thank you. Well, this is me. This is me playing with my cocoa tin and spoon.
Making music.
In the sand, yes.
I suppose you didn't have television in those days.
No television. And in the pram, just outside the door.
All up here. What wonderful memories.
Some great memories, yes. It was a magical place.
I've been enchanted by these unique homes, and it's a privilege to discover more about the people who carved out a life here in the rock faces of the West Midlands.
For the cave-dwelling workers of Kinver Edge, life was tranquil. But at the turn of the 20th century, things weren't so peaceful at Penryn Castle. The Pennant family refused to bend to their workers' demands, resulting in a bitter 3-year strike.
This industrial action destroyed the local Bethesda community, with those who broke the strike being vilified by their neighbours. Standing here, you look over the village of Bethesda, and beyond it, quarry. And after all I've learnt and all the people I've met, I know one thing for certain. Slate built this community, and it also split it apart.
Today, the Penryn Male Voice Choir are rehearsing here at the castle, the heart of the dispute. Many of its 40 members had family on both sides of the great Penryn quarry strike. Baritone Alan Davies has been with the choir for 20 years.
It's an amazing sound, isn't it? It's so unique. The male voice choir, the Welsh one particularly. Are all your members local?
Most of the choir are from Bethesda, the village of Bethesda.
It's very special music in Wales. It's clearly, with the quarrymen here, it played a special part in those dark days.
Oh, absolutely, because on every step in the quarry, they were called galleries. There were steps cut out into the quarry. There used to be a choir on each of the galleries.
Tell me what you're going to sing.
The hymn is called Pembroke, to the words, "Ry gweld o bell y dydd yn dod, fydd bob cyfandir is yr hod."
Which is easy for you to say. What does it mean?
It means that I see from afar the dawn is breaking.
What is it special about that particular hymn?
It's particularly important to the period of the strike. All the men from the quarry, or 3,000 men, walked from Bethesda to Bangor, and they passed the gates to this house, and they turned their heads, and when they assembled near the town clock in Bangor, somebody just started singing this song.
It must be strange for you and doubly emotional singing inside Penryn Castle, arguably the cause of all the trouble. Yeah. Does it feel odd to be able to sing inside?
It's quite emotional at times. Although we will never forget the history of the strike, we are, as a community, I think, trying to move on.
Well, we'll let you move on. It would be wonderful once more to hear a Welsh male voice choir ringing through Penryn Castle. The Penryn Male Voice Choir still sing to remember those brave quarrymen and the suffering they endured during their legendary industrial action. And they do so here inside Penryn Castle as a community, showing that the wounds are finally beginning to heal.
Penryn Castle is a remarkably significant landmark, not only because of the great lengths its owners went to transform it into their fantasy fortress, but also because of the momentous part it played in Britain's own industrial story. Next time, Tintsfield.
This is really tricky.
A Victorian Gothic masterpiece.
I have never seen one like this. This is a secret door.
It's a secret door.
Built with a surprising fortune.
How can you make this much money out of selling bird poo?
Tony Singh cooks a dish fit for a queen.
Amazing colour there of the cherries.
And Lewis Emmerich steps back into the 1920s.
So if you'd like to do the rest of the floor.
See you in about a week then.
from Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes
My goodness.
and magnificent landmarks
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
at the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
Oh, this is stepping back in time.
Join me and a host of celebrities
I can't believe people lived here.
with a passion for the past
It really is a little hidden treasure, isn't it?
as we travel the length and breadth of the nation
This is really exciting.
with unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
Would you like to see some of his speeches that I brought from the archive in
No,
Cambridge?
not yes. From the highest heights. There's a heck of a view from up here. To the deepest depths. We've got stalactites here.
We'll uncover the secrets
Here he is.
Oh!
still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
It's good job I'm slim. These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches
It's so big, it's so intricate, it's so beautiful.
and treasures of one of our most loved institutions. Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust. Kedleston Hall in Derbyshire has been the seat of the Curzon family since the 12th century.
But it wasn't until 1758, after Sir Nathaniel Curzon inherited the estate, that it was transformed into the neoclassical triumph we see today.
With an innovative architect and no expense spared, Sir Nathaniel Curzon was able to realise his ambition.
A temple of the arts that captures the obsession with ancient Rome to stunning effect.
More than 100 years later, this breathtaking mansion would prove a fitting home for a confident young heir who grew up to be the most well-known of all the Curzons.
George Nathaniel Curzon had a glittering career which saw him become Viceroy of India, the most powerful man in the British Raj.
His was a lifetime filled with colonial ambition, deep controversy,
Pioneering conservation, great love and great loss.
These very different men left a lasting impression on Kedleston Hall
Where are we?
by uncovering illusions hidden in the walls,
It's almost as though you're eavesdropping on a ball that was going on 200 years ago.
dusting off rarely seen photo albums,
Oh my goodness, that's Curzon up there.
That's Lord and Lady Curzon.
and wrestling the dark contradictions of the empire.
As a quasi-king ruling over a country, a fiendishly difficult role to get right.
I'll tell the story of two Curzons, one famed for his architectural vision and the other for his all-conquering colonial rule. Also tonight, Shapikor Sandy reveals the American debutante who became the lady of Kedleston Hall.
This is a proper love story. It was a total love story.
And Peter Purvis visits a national treasure that's only here today because of Lord Curzon's remarkable foresight.
I feel very privileged to have seen this.
But first, I'm being welcomed by the Trust's Joe Watkinson,
Hello, Joe.
who's introducing me to the full splendour of Kedleston Hall.
Joe, I have been in some entrance halls. I have never seen anything like this. Astonishing.
Right where we are now is we're in the heart of Kedleston. We're actually in the central axis of the whole building.
You can see the depth of the entire place.
And this is where Nathaniel Curzon would have welcomed his guests into the hall to give them the real wow factor.
Dominated by 20 huge Corinthian columns, The marble hall is 67 feet long, with a towering 40-foot-high ceiling.
It's a bit like stepping into ancient Rome.
When Nathaniel Curzon inherited Kedleston and the title, he decided to really make his mark, and so he moved the village of Kedleston right out the way, but he left the church and he created in that place what you see here today.
To create his ultimate dream home, Nathaniel turned to Robert Adam, the highly sought-after architect at the forefront of the classical revival movement.
So it's an Adam building then?
Absolutely, his mark is everywhere you look.
And did Curzon know Rome? He'd been there?
Nathaniel Curzon hadn't actually been to Rome, but Robert Adam did, and he came back so inspired and so enthused about everything he saw from the temples and the villas.
So Adam sold Curzon this idea from his drawings?
Just from his drawings, and that's how important they are, and we've got one especially for you right here to have a look at, an original Robert Adam drawing.
That's a bit of a rarity, isn't it?
They're not on display, these, but we've got them out for you today to have a look at. Let's have a look. So this is a concept drawing for the floor that we're standing on now.
What's the significance of that central pattern? It looks familiar.
So Kedleston's full of these classical references, and this is actually a honeysuckle flower, which is a really...
That's why I know what it is.
Yes, I
It's
do.
honeysuckle, yeah. Wonderful.
We know that Nathaniel Curzon had a great ambition and deep pockets, and so was willing to pay for the best quality materials, the best quality craftsmanship.
Well, he got it, didn't he?
Laid in the 1760s, the floor contains local stone inlaid with the finest Italian marble.
Oh, look at that.
This is the south front of Kedleston, in a complete contrast to the Palladian architectural style at the time. This was all about introducing this new style, which was about neoclassicism. So it was really all about movement. So you've got lots of these recesses and the curved staircase down here, and this was a classic Robert Adam. It's not exactly what we see today, so you can see it's got south front of Kedleston House with the new additions, and actually these new additions didn't take place.
Well, there's still chance. Go on, go for it.
Once Nathaniel's guests had been wowed by the marble hall and swept their way over the glorious marble floor, they'd be met with yet more wonder in the adjoining saloon.
It's another temple to the gods.
It is indeed. So the saloon was inspired by the Pantheon in Rome, which is the most referenced classical building.
It's incredible.
The Pantheon has been described as the eighth wonder of the ancient world. Built almost 2,000 years ago, this stunning domed building clearly made a huge impression on Robert Adam, who recreated it for Nathaniel Curzon here at Kedleston Hall in the heart of Derbyshire.
This room was used as a ballroom, so you would have had lots of dances and your guests would be entertained.
I can see them whirling round in these wonderful frocks and great crinolines. What a wonderful place to entertain. And is it absolutely like the Pantheon?
Not quite, and we can reveal why. So if you want to follow me, we'll show you.
The magnificence of Kedleston Hall, both inside and out, is Nathaniel Curzon's enduring legacy. Joe's sent me high into the rafters to meet building surveyor Giles Warhurst to find out the hidden lengths Curzon went to recreate ancient Rome in Derbyshire.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
You must be Giles.
Yes, that's right. Hello, Alan.
I love the waistcoat.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
As befits Kedleston Hall. Where are we?
So at the moment, we're above the saloon.
Right above the saloon?
Absolutely. What we have here at Kedleston is the dome that you've seen on the roof, which is quite a shallow dome. And then inside, the dome that you see from the saloon
is this one here. This is a heck of a construction.
It is, yeah. It creates this void that we're now standing inside.
And it's lasted getting on for 250 years.
Exactly.
It's mind-blowing, isn't it, really?
The craftsmanship and manpower it would have taken to create this structure takes your breath away. And just one layer down, the secret behind all that effort is revealed.
So what can we see here?
And if, that cover comes off, and if you stand on tiptoe, you get the view through to the saloon.
You too. It's almost as though you're eavesdropping on a ball that was going on 200 years ago.
It's one of the privileges of getting access to a space like this.
This really is a secret of the National Trust, isn't it?
Astonishing Kedleston Hall in Derbyshire has been the seat of the aristocratic Curzon family since the 12th century.
Inspired by the architecture and classical antiquities of ancient Rome, it was Sir Nathaniel Curzon who built this 18th century marvel.
An extravagant temple of the arts that's also an amazing space for entertaining.
And it was a fitting palace to be passed down some 4 generations later to the most well-known member of the Curzon family.
George Nathaniel Curzon grew up at Kedleston. At the end of the 19th century, he rose to become the Viceroy of India, one of the most powerful yet controversial figures in the world. I'm heading to the drawing room with writer Mark Allam to find out more about the man who was to become Kedleston Hall's most famous resident.
If you're going to have a drawing room like this. If it doesn't move, gild it.
Absolutely. It really is spectacular. This is the showstopper drawing room, isn't it?
So, was George Nathaniel Curzon born at Kedleston?
He was, yes.
I gather he always wanted to be Viceroy of India, which is a strange thing to grow up wanting to be. There's only one of them, but why so?
Well, I think, you know, he came from a part of society that was conditioned to be expected to attain office, perhaps.
So here he is, as a young man. He does look aristocratic.
Absolutely. You can see he's a man of stature already, you know, often criticised for being ambitious.
Was it mistaken at times for arrogance and conceit?
Absolutely. His peers, his contemporaries, weren't always happy with the way he behaved. And one friend at Oxford penned this poem about him.
My name is George Nathaniel Curzon. I am a most superior person. My cheek is pink, my hair is sleek. I dine at Blenheim once a week. It's a good boast, isn't it?
It kind of almost sums him up, really, in a way.
He became, arguably, the second most powerful person probably in the world. Second only to the king is George Nathaniel Curzon.
Absolutely.
He could only have done it because he was a most superior person.
Curzon was Viceroy from 1899 to 1905, which put him at the head of the British administration in India on behalf of the Crown. Dedicated to the idea of the empire, his time as Viceroy was marked by controversy. He was heavily criticised for his casual attitude to the widespread famine in 1899, in which millions of people died. And his decision in 1905 to partition Bengal spurred protests and radical nationalism throughout India. I'm heading to a secret storeroom full of rarely seen items, where Mark is going to tell me more about Curzon's career as Viceroy.
Isn't it great to get into the bowels of the house, so to speak? Yeah.
When you look at the role of Viceroy as a quasi-king out there ruling over a country, part of an empire, a fiendishly difficult role to get right. But did he have respect for Indian culture?
Absolutely. He expended a lot of time and energy helping to maintain and restore Indian buildings, and particularly the Taj Mahal.
Curzon considered the Taj Mahal exquisite. As Viceroy, he ensured its preservation by signing an act to protect it and other ancient monuments throughout India.
He was absolutely supremely interested in Indian heritage, and he's left a valuable legacy in terms of the conservation of Indian heritage as well.
Everywhere you look, you're reminded of India.
That's a driving seat.
What, for an elephant?
Yeah, absolutely spectacular, very delicate.
Yeah.
This is an Indian elephant headdress.
Lady Curzon, 1899.
That is the magic date that Lord Curzon became Viceroy of India. And this is something that, again, people don't get to see. And
It looks like tinsel.
It does, and that's essentially what it is.
And a chandelier.
This is a silver chandelier. We can see the arms of the family at the top. This is made from items that he was gifted in India.
So, he comes home with all his gifts from India and he melts them down.
Whether you see that as a good or a bad thing is debatable.
The British Crown ruled India for almost 90 years and left behind a complicated legacy. Hundreds of thousands of Brits made a home in India during the time of the Raj. A famous Indian expat and contemporary of Curzon was world-renowned writer Rudyard Kipling. He was born in India and grew up with the same pro-empire British sense of entitlement as that of the Viceroy. Joan Bakewell has travelled to his eventual home in East Sussex to discover more about one of our best-known and often controversial writers.
This 17th century house was the residence of one of Britain's most celebrated authors, whose work, I can say without doubt, touched my childhood, and probably yours too. Originally born in India in 1865, Rudyard Kipling came to call Bateman's his home for over 34 years. It became a place of solace, an escape from his incredible success and the moments of immense tragedy that befell him and his family. To tell me more about this complex man and his fascinating life, the Trust's Gary Enstone has invited me to Kipling's literary retreat. Now, Gary, I know that this room contains several clues as to Kipling's childhood in India. So where are they?
Well, you've got to look closely, but they're all spread around the room. Got all these bits of glittering copper and brass. You've got various gods and idols here in the cupboards. It's completely full of various little trinkets and memorabilia.
Now, how important were those Indian childhood days? He must have remembered it with great affection.
Tremendously. Really influenced him. His father really believed that his young children should enjoy being in India and actually experience the real India. And they also had an Indian nanny, and it's said by the age of 6, actually, Kipling could speak better Hindi than he could English.
I'm not surprised he loved India. Where next?
So let's go upstairs to the study and see where he wrote.
Roger's love of India never left him, and after attending boarding school in England, he went back for a further 7 years. He cut his teeth writing short stories for British Indian publications, and when he finally returned home, it was to literary acclaim.
Right, so here's the Kipling study. This is where he did all his great work.
It's wonderful. And yet the whole point of the room is the table.
If you come and have a look at it up close, you can see how much of a working tool it is by how cluttered it is and how much
certainly is, yeah.
pieces all over, but also, if you look really closely, how many ink stains there are.
Oh, it's a terrible mess, isn't it? Everyone knows Kipling because of the Jungle Book.
Yes, and here's a beautiful edition that we've got here in our collection.
So here it is, Mowgli. A man-trained boy would have been badly bruised, for the fall was a good 15 feet. But Mowgli fell as Baloo had taught him to fall and landed on his feet. Wonderful. The Jungle Book was first published in 1894 and was an instant hit. Kipling's stories are clearly influenced by his childhood in India, and many have been interpreted as reflecting his belief in Britain's moral right to rule it. As well as being a base for his substantial literary output, Bateman's was also a loving family home. Kipling and his wife Carrie had 3 children, but their happiness was to be shattered by a devastating personal tragedy. I'm being given a behind-the-scenes look at a very special archive here at Bateman's. Now, this is Rudyard Kipling and his wife Carrie with their firstborn, Josephine.
Yes.
So this is a great moment in a family's life, and he adored her.
He really did. Josephine was very much the apple of his eye. He really wanted to write words and stories for her. So the Just So stories were a set of stories he wrote about, how the elephant got its trunk and how the leopard got its spots for Josephine.
And here she is, aged 6, just before disaster struck.
Yeah, completely out of the blue. They were travelling to America. She caught pneumonia, she caught whooping cough on top of that, and then died quite suddenly. And Rudyard's work and his life was never the same from that day forward.
And it's not the only tragedy in their life, because tragedy hits their son, John.
John was desperate to join the war effort in 1914. Having been rejected by the Navy and the Army due to ill health, Kipling exerted his influence.
The son of the hero of the empire is not doing his bit. You know, that was sort of the terminology that was going around. And that built up on John, and John felt he needed to do his bit. Rudyard helped him do that.
And then he was killed very early in the war.
Yeah, so 1915 at the Battle of Loos, the first action that John saw, he went missing, never to be seen again.
The stories that you tell are so intimate and so authentic. It's hard to put that against the sort of populist legacy that he was just an old colonial imperialist.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is, you know, like any individual, you know, he had views in the 1890s and the 1900s and 1910. Yes, he was very imperialist in his early years, but by later years he became much, much more liberal and much more open to new ideas and new ways.
Kipling remained at Bateman's for the rest of his life. He never returned to the place of his birth, though his time in India is reflected in his most famous works.
The life of Rudyard Kipling was truly outstanding. He was a fated star of literature and a father facing overwhelming tragedy. Bateman's was his escape. It was his way out from what must have been a thrilling and turbulent life. It was his home.
Kipling and Curzon had a shared love of India, but they also both had an unquestioning belief in the British right to rule. And Kedleston is full of powerful reminders of Curzon's time as Viceroy when he oversaw the British Raj. Kedleston Hall in Derbyshire, a remarkable neoclassical mansion, home to the Curzon family.
It's quite spectacular, isn't it?
And some. And the most famous Curzon of all was George Nathaniel, who became Viceroy of India at the height of the British Empire.
As Viceroy, his rule was split between controversy and accomplishment, and this theme extended even into his hobbies. I'm back with writer Mark Allum in Kedleston's Trophy Corridor to find out more.
If you want to know what George Curzon's hobby was, you've only to look in this hall.
Absolutely. We've got an Indian water buffalo here, and, you know, these are creatures that Curzon almost certainly would have shot.
To us nowadays, this is just wholesale slaughter.
It is, but we cannot apply modern standards to what was happening in those days. When Curzon was out in India, the shikar, the hunt, the big Indian hunt, was the thing to do. Essentially, that would be a hunt that could last days, even weeks, with thousands of people, hundreds of beaters, flushing the animals out.
And hundreds of animals being killed.
Yeah, absolutely, literally hundreds and hundreds.
Did it not occur to them that there wasn't a limitless supply of wildlife and big game?
Well, I think it did, and the penny eventually started to drop, and it was largely due to Lady Curzon that actually happened. Apparently, and by all accounts, they were out, and they were looking for the fabled Indian one-horned rhino. They didn't see any. All they saw were footprints in the mud. And it was at that point that Lady Curzon said to Lord Curzon, apparently, that they needed to do something about it. And her influence over him led to the institution of the Kaziranga Game Reserve.
The Kaziranga National Park was established in 1908 and now covers 430 square kilometres. It's home to Bengal tigers, elephants, and well over 2,000 one-horned rhinos, 2/3 of the world's population.
That park now is part of Curzon's legacy, his conservation legacy, despite the fact he actually killed so many animals. In the end, he was actually responsible for starting to save some of them as well.
It's one of those strange twists of fate, isn't it? That this led eventually to the formation of one of the world's first nature reserves. And it just points up the contradictions in Curzon's character.
The climax of Curzon's time as Viceroy came with the Delhi Durbar, a 2-week festival held in 1903 to celebrate the accession of Edward VII. This spectacle was a display of British power presided over by Curzon himself. Mark is giving me access to a rarely opened photo album that offers a unique insight into this incredible celebration.
Mark, the Delhi Durbar sounds the most astonishing spectacle.
It was an extraordinary event. It literally surpassed anything that had really ever happened before.
What was a Durbar?
Well, essentially, it was a coronation event. In 1877, the Durbar for Queen Victoria, when she was declared Empress of India, was an enormous event. But this event, organised by Curzon, was for Edward VII, who didn't attend. He sent his brother, the Duke of Connaught. But what we're able to look at is this album here.
Coronation Durbar, Delhi 1903, of His Majesty King Edward VII, Viceroy, Baron Curzon of Kedleston.
Although the Duke of Connaught was standing in for the king, it was really Curzon who was holding court here. I think it might be safe to say that this has not been opened many times since 1903. There's the king himself.
And here is Curzon.
In his finery, looking pretty spectacular.
The very superior person.
Absolutely.
Oh, look, now we get to all the Indian titles and potentates. His Highness the Nizam of Hyderabad. Wonderful.
Every important person listed with a photograph.
Every page is wonderful.
Look at this, the city of tents, the Bengal camp. Thousands and thousands of people, thousands of troops.
It is, it's a city of tents.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, my goodness. And don't arrive in a carriage and pair, come on an elephant. And that's Curzon up there.
That's Curzon, that's Lord and Lady Curzon.
I know this sounds silly. That is a very big elephant. They are a long way up. It's not sort of here, it's sort of up there.
They do seem to be, I have to say. This was such a huge and extravagant event. The cost was absolutely enormous. And all of those Indian princes and maharajas that turned up in all of their finery on elephants. There must have been more jewels at the Delhi Durbar than had ever been assembled in the world in one place at one time. This is conspicuous consumption, really, and it's a display of status as well. The people that were attending were made to feel very important. They were important, but they felt even more important by being invited.
Was it regarded as a success for Curzon?
It was an enormous success for Curzon. It was literally the height of everything he achieved in India. It epitomised the glory of the empire and the way Curzon went about organising that.
And the power of the man.
The Delhi Durbar culminated in the pomp and ceremony of the state ball. Only the highest-ranking guests were invited. But it was Lady Curzon who stole the show and enraptured the world's press. Shappi Khorsandi has joined me at Kedleston Hall to learn more about the American-born Mary and her spectacular rise to Vicereine of India.
Intelligent, glamorous and beautiful, Mary Curzon came a long way from her Chicago roots to become the Lady of Kedleston Hall, and how she did makes for a fascinating tale.
Mary was one of a number of young women who made their way to England in the late 19th and early 20th century. But these rich heiresses were not here on vacation.
Wow, that's incredible, isn't it?
Isn't it wonderful? In the peacock dress.
So beautiful.
Author Anne de Courcy is an expert on these so-called dollar princesses who crossed the Atlantic on a mission to gatecrash British high society.
So what is a dollar princess?
They were the American girls who came over loaded with money, usually very beautiful, and they scooped up most of the elder sons of the British aristocracy. Mary was brought up in Washington. Her mother moved the family there thinking they'd have more of a social life. Mary came out there at 18. Well, her stunning beauty, you can see how lovely she is with her perfect oval face, her grey eyes, and she took Washington by storm. And then she thought, what's next? England.
Upon her arrival in 1894, the young Mary made quite the splash, and she had no shortage of suitors. In this period, many of England's aristocrats were on their uppers, land rich but cash poor, so Mary's beauty and money made her a prized asset. But she only had eyes for Lord Curzon.
She met him at the Duchess of Westminster's ball. Then they were on a weekend house party together, and that's where she fell in love with him.
Wow, so this is a proper love story.
It was a total love story.
Mary married George Curzon in 1895. 4 years later, her husband became the Viceroy of India. Mary, as his vicereine, had now become one of the most powerful and influential women in the British Empire. And it was in Delhi, at the famous Durbar Ball, where Mary would announce her arrival on the political stage, wearing a dress that would ensure she was the main attraction. Dr. Nicola Thomas, an authority on Lady Curzon, has promised to tell me more.
Hello, Nicola, and wow, so this is the famous peacock dress.
It's stunning, isn't it?
The dress may look pretty sturdy, but it dates back to 1902, so it's incredibly delicate. The chance to get this close is a rare treat.
Oh my goodness, it's so incredibly shimmery and shiny, and
So it's haute couture. This was the most fashionable dress of its time. The cloth was made in India, and you can see the gold and silver and copper threadwork created this idea of the peacock feathers, and each of the feathers has got a beetle wing, creating that little bit of extra shimmer.
it's certainly a dress that oozes colonial power. Is that a part of the statement that she wanted to make?
Oh yes, this was a symbolic dress designed for a very particular occasion where she wanted to assert dominance.
Mary's spectacular dress was headline news.
Ah, and here she is on the front page.
This type of photograph became the iconic image of Mary Curzon. And then this is a full spread in the Illustrated London News of the actual event. And we've got Mary Curzon here.
In her dress.
In her dress.
And her legacy wasn't just dresses. What other impact did she have?
She was probably best known for starting one of the big nursing hospitals and also kind of like a fund to support women's health in India.
Mary's amazing journey from America's New World to the traditions of the British would leave a lasting legacy.
Along the way, she became a style icon with her exquisite peacock dress, which became an everlasting symbol of her spectacular life.
Both Lord and Lady Curzon's time in India left an indelible impression, one that befitted their power and status at the forefront of the British Empire. Kedleston Hall in Derbyshire, the grand home of George Nathaniel Curzon, who, at the turn of the 20th century, was Viceroy of India. But his reign came to an abrupt end in 1905. Following a bitter dispute over the organisation of the Indian Army, he returned to England under a black cloud.
And disappointment turned to tragedy just a year later, with the death of his wife Mary. She was just 36 years old.
Following the death of his beloved wife from heart failure, Curzon found solace in continuing the conservation work that he'd begun famously with the Taj Mahal in India.
Curzon concentrated on restoring and rebuilding his beloved Kedleston, as well as protecting threatened historic buildings throughout Britain.
Peter Purvis is in Lincolnshire to see a 15th century castle, a building fortunate to benefit from the Curzon touch.
At the turn of the 20th century, this incredible medieval building was stumbling into rack and ruin, until dramatic intervention saved not only Tattershall Castle, but also changed the course of historic preservation in this country forever. Incorporating an earlier stone castle, Tattershall was built in brick by Lord Ralph Cromwell in the 15th century in an effort to show off his wealth status and power. Tattershall's manager, Paul Robinson, has agreed to unlock the secrets of its history for me. Paul, it's a phenomenal-looking castle. Tell me a bit about it.
During the Civil War in 1643, the castle was knocked about a bit and then it was in ruin for over 200 years.
I can't believe that they just left it to rot. At the start of the 20th century, the castle was sold to an American consortium and threatened with being dismantled brick by brick. But at the last hour, on the 28th of October 1911, Lord Curzon stepped in ready to flex his considerable financial muscle.
He had a quick wander around and bought the castle there and then by telegram. It was saved.
Wow. Having bought the castle, Lord Curzon then devoted an incredible amount of time and effort to bringing it back to its former glory. The tower is 5 stories high, each housing a spacious chamber such as this ground floor parlour room. Oh, my word. What an extraordinary space. Lord Curzon went to remarkable lengths to recover the original medieval fireplaces which had been hacked out prior to his purchase.
Eventually they were found on Tilbury docks waiting to be shipped to America, and he paid almost twice as much as he did for the entire castle for those 4 fireplaces.
It's quite extraordinary. Why were they so important?
Because they contain all the heraldic symbols of Lord Cromwell's family. This is Lord Cromwell's personal symbol. It's the treasurer's purse. It also has his motto on there, n'ai-je droit, have I not the right, which shows us he's quite a pompous individual.
I'm getting a rare look at Lord Curzon's own photograph album, which contains pictures of the castle's restoration back in 1912.
Not a lot of people get to see this, so I thought give you a special glimpse.
Oh, fascinating, yes, let's have a look.
You can see photographs of the castle in ruin. The floors had totally collapsed, gone.
Oh, there's nothing there at all. Lord Curzon spent around £2 million in today's money on his transformation of Tattershall. Is this it at the end?
Yes, so this is when the castle opened to the public.
Success. I feel very privileged to have seen this. Conserving this ancient castle fueled Lord Curzon's passion for preservation. I understand about Tattershall, but why is Lord Curzon so revered in terms of restoration?
He's really known for helping to change the law. He gave some brilliant speeches in the House of Lords, which helped to pass the 1913 Ancient Monument Consolidation and Amendment Act, which is the basis for all of our heritage laws today.
A brilliant man, eh? Without his tireless work to save Britain's historic architecture, I wouldn't be standing here today. Lord Curzon was responsible not only for protecting Tattershall Castle, he also fought to protect all our ancient heritage buildings, a legacy that remains and rewards all of us to this day.
Lord Curzon's custodianship of historic buildings is still best exemplified here at Kedleston Hall, his home throughout his life. Curzon died in 1925 and was laid to rest here, joining his wife Mary in the elaborate tomb he'd designed in the medieval All Saints' Church, which, like the Curzon family, has been here since the 12th century.
It seems only right, then, that I should help raise the flag that represents this ancient bloodline.
This weather-beaten specimen needs to be replaced, so I'm heading up to the roof to meet building surveyor Giles Warhurst once again to do the honours.
Gentlemen, hello.
But since we're over 40 feet above the Derbyshire countryside...
Do you want to hold your back, Giles?
It's safety first.
Yeah, I'm in.
We make our way to the flagpole which stands proudly right on the edge of Kedleston's glorious north front.
There's a heck of a view from up here.
It is, isn't it?
So this hasn't been untwined for 4 years?
Roughly 4 years, yeah, something like that.
Look at this poor old thing.
Well, it's 4 years up in the wind, does for you.
Oh, right, got it. So that one's on. You got the old one off.
Yeah.
So what's on this flag, Giles?
So this flag shows the Curzon family crest. 3 parrots or popinjays shown on there.
So popinjay's a parrot?
Yeah.
Right. OK, flag. You're going up. You're going to be up there for 3 or 4 years, so good luck. Gosh, well, it's nice to have had a small part in 800 years of Curzon history. This magnificent house here in Derbyshire is a striking tribute to an ancient family name.
It was built by Nathaniel Curzon to spectacularly emulate a Roman temple fit for the gods. Then, 100 years later, became home to George Nathaniel Curzon, the most famous of all, who rose to become Viceroy of India at the height of the British Empire.
Kedleston Hall is their palace and a spectacular symbol of ambition, power and resolve.
Next time, I'm at Ham House in London, an estate caught in the chaos of civil war.
It's impossible to overestimate just how dangerous life would have been.
A hotbed of passion and intrigue.
So she charmed the Lord Protector.
There were all sorts of rumours that they had an affair.
With supernatural goings-on.
Oh, my goodness. She's not the only ghost here, then?
Oh, by no means.
And Oz Clarke uncovers a house that saved the king.
He was the most wanted man in the country.
From Renaissance-style chateaux, grand country estates, architectural glass masterpieces.
These are the remarkable homes.
My goodness.
And magnificent landmarks.
One day, my son, all this will be yours.
At the very heart of Britain's spectacular history.
Oh, this is stepping back in time.
Join me and a host of celebrities.
I can't believe people lived here.
With a passion for the past.
It really is a little hidden treasure, isn't it?
As we travel the length and breadth of the nation.
This is really exciting.
With unparalleled behind-the-scenes access.
Would you like to see some of his speeches that I brought from the archive in
No,
Cambridge?
not yes. From the highest heights. There's a heck of a view from up here. To the deepest depths. We've got stalactites here.
We'll uncover the secrets.
Here he is. Oh!
Still hidden within these breathtaking buildings.
It's a good job I'm slim. These are the places that nobody else gets to see.
And explore the riches.
It's so big, it's so intricate, it's so beautiful.
And treasures of one of our most loved institutions. Welcome to the secrets of the National Trust.
Today I'm racing up the Menai Strait in North Wales, and just up ahead of me on the north bank, a property unlike any other.
Set among this breathtaking scenery is the neo-Gothic Plas Newydd, the country seat of the Marquis of Anglesey.
Through 200 years, the title has been passed through 8 members of the Paget family, and they've all made their mark on Plas Newydd. There's been military heroics, prosthetic legs, theatrical excess, bankruptcy, and artistic brilliance. This is a house of action and drama, and I'm making an entrance that even James Bond would be proud of. Woohoo! It got its own boathouse.
Uncovering battlefield heroism and handling the sacrifice that came with it.
This is the Anglesey leg.
Wow. Gaining exclusive access to the harsh consequences of theatrical excess.
When you've got to sell your pets and your knickers, life's come to a pretty pass, hasn't it, really?
Pretty much, yes.
And by discovering a heartbreaking tale of artistic brilliance and unrequited passion.
He's in love with the daughter of the house.
Yes, he is.
I'll reveal that the story of Plasnewydd is a fascinating and action-packed drama. Also tonight, Jenny Bond scales the dizzying heights.
Once you're here, the view is sensational.
And at Sissinghurst Castle, Shappi Khorsandi hears a tale of forbidden passion.
And this was a real love, a very deep love that they couldn't express publicly.
But first, here at Plasnewydd, I'm meeting the Trust's Lynn Crane.
How about that for a way to arrive?
Who's going to introduce me to the buccaneering first Marquis of Anglesey, Henry William Paget. A distinguished military commander who in 1815 was involved in a legendary battle. It was to put him and this house on the map.
So, this is the first Marquis. He's the dashing cavalry officer.
He is. Doesn't he look magnificent in his King's Hussars uniform?
He saw a lot of action then, presumably, did he?
He did. 45 years he was commander of the King's Hussars. But if we move on to this portrait, we can see him a little bit later.
A bit more battle-scarred now.
Well, yes. This portrait was painted after the Battle of Waterloo.
So he's part of the Battle of Waterloo?
Yes.
Tell me what he did.
He was second in command to the Duke of Wellington, and on the battlefield he was the commanding officer for 14,500 troops.
That's a huge amount. What was the significance of his role?
Incredibly important. He was outnumbered greatly and yet defeated the enemy. He actually had 8 horses shot from underneath him.
Heavens above. You couldn't but admire a man like that, could you?
He had great respect from the officers and the soldiers that he commanded.
And he came back loaded with honours.
He was made first Marquis of Anglesey by King George IV before he returned.
Wonderful.
Henry William Paget's bravery played a crucial part in Wellington's victory at Waterloo. But it was directly after this famous battle that the real drama began. And I'm getting unrivaled hands-on access to find out how.
This is, representing the battle. Amazing. You can almost hear it.
I know, it's magnificent.
What a scene. Terrifying. Oh, he didn't escape unscathed, did he?
Unfortunately not, no.
Do you want to open that cabinet?
This is the Anglesey leg.
It sounds rather like something you get on a menu. Will Sir be taking the Anglesey leg?
It's a rare privilege for me to handle this unique piece of British military history.
Literally, one of the last shots of the battle came over the neck of the Duke of Wellington's horse and hit Henry Paget in the knee.
And he lost his leg completely?
Well, it was completely... The knee was destroyed, and the Duke of Wellington held him on his horse, and then he was taken into the farmhouse, and they cut the leg off there with a saw.
Wow. Now, am I right, then? Is this the moment at which somebody said to the Duke of Wellington, "By God, sir, I've lost my leg"? And the Duke of Wellington said, "By God, sir, you have."
Yes,
so
that's absolutely right.
And this is what they fitted him with?
They did. So the designer of this leg was a gentleman called James Potts from London. And artificial legs before this were mainly rigid, and this was the first that was articulated at the knee and the ankle.
And the ankle and the toe?
Yeah, he had a walking leg, a dancing leg, a riding leg.
Oh, I like a dancing leg.
It's really British stoicism, because apparently his pulse didn't quicken at all.
While they were taking the leg off?
Because no anaesthesia, 1815.
Bite on this.
Yeah. And the only thing he said was, well, the sword could be sharper.
What a story. What a heroic introduction to Plasnewydd.
Henry William Paget risked life and limb for the Duke of Wellington, and such was his devotion that in 1840 he commissioned this full-length portrait of his former commanding officer. But the first Marquis wasn't alone in wishing to commemorate one of the country's most celebrated men. Jenny Bond has travelled to the West Country, where he's been remembered on an even grander scale.
Towering over the Blackdown Hills, in this area of outstanding natural beauty, stands a structure that's the ultimate symbol of battle. The 175-foot-tall Wellington Monument was built in the 19th century to honour the achievements of arguably Britain's greatest ever military commander, Arthur Wellesley, the first Duke of Wellington. A permanent memorial was built close to the town from which he'd taken his name, Wellington in Somerset. Hello, Helen. Hi.
Jenny, hi, lovely to see you.
You too. I've come today to meet the Trust's Helen Sharp. I've been granted an extremely special guided tour of this historic obelisk, the tallest of its kind in Britain. So, Helen, here we are, this wonderful monument to the Duke of Wellington, but why here?
One of the reasons it was put in this position was so that everybody travelling along the main road into West Country at that time could see it. And we had this wonderful quote where one of the founders of the monument said, "Let no eye escape it." There was a design competition, and this was the one that won it, by Thomas Lee. And the original proposal was to have a statue of the Duke of Wellington on top.
A massive statue?
Yeah.
That looks precarious to me, to say the least. Why didn't that happen?
Well, they ran out of money. And it wasn't actually until the Duke died at the start of the 1850s they got some more money. And it wasn't actually until the 1890s when it's the full height that we see it today.
But maintaining such a unique structure isn't easy. It gets a fair bit of weather here, doesn't it?
Oh, it's really exposed. It's a great location because everybody can see it, but actually in terms of keeping a structure watertight, it's quite challenging.
Now it needs a bit more work, does it?
Now it needs quite a lot of work.
This wonderful West Country landmark attracts around 40,000 visitors a year. But sadly, 10 years ago, stone debris dropping from the top of the tower meant that it had to be fenced off.
This is as far as people can get.
Seems such a shame.
It is, but today we're going to make an exception. So, hot hats on.
Oh, lovely,
Let's go and have a look.
Wow, that's quite a privilege. After you.
And we've got some conservation work happening today, if you'd like to go and find out a bit more.
Thank you very much. Wow. I'm being allowed inside, normally off-limits to the general public, to check out the important conservation work that Ken Evans is heading up here. Hi.
Hello, Jenny.
It's like another world, it really is. I feel as if I'm on a film set.
This is a fantastic building. It's a great feat in engineering.
So what are you doing right now, then?
At the moment, we're at the base of the staircase, and this sections are falling off. So where they've fallen off, we look and we find the iron dowels, which would have originally pinned the stone staircase. There is a lot of corrosion. The iron has expanded, and it's blown the stonework off.
Oh, I see.
What we need to do today is to take this pin out. I'm hoping you will offer to knock the pin.
What an honour.
Would you mind wearing some goggles so we don't get any
Okay.
splinters of stone
All right.
flying in our eyes? Take a chisel, if you could hit it around that edge. Yeah. Yeah.
It's terrifying.
Now, can I just give it a little clate at the back?
Oh.
Oh, we've got it. It's landed
Well
on my knee.
done. That's all right. That's brilliant.
So
that's out. I've ruined your tower.
this little pin is really expanded way beyond its normal size. Somehow moisture's getting in here.
And that might be happening in various parts.
That's
I mean, all
right.
the way up.
Yes.
Gosh. All right. The pins keep expanding and cracking the stonework, so Ken's restoration work is crucial. Thank you very much for letting me have a go.
Well, as you've done so well in helping me down here, please
Can I?
go to the
Oh.
top and enjoy the view. It is excellent.
Whoa, it really is incredibly narrow. The climb to the top involves a tiring 233 steps.
But once you're here, the view is sensational. You realise that it's not just a great tribute to the Duke of Wellington, but it's a really important landmark for anyone travelling through the southwest.
Plas Newydd may have been home to a battle-hardened hero who fought alongside Wellington, but not all its residents were of the same fashion. Standing proudly on the banks of the Menai Strait in North Wales, across from the Snowdonia Mountains is the elegant Plas Newydd. Once home to heroic Henry William Paget, who lost a leg helping win victory at the famous Battle of Waterloo. He was made Marquis of Anglesey for his efforts.
The title passed down through the generations, but it wasn't until 1898 and the 5th Marquis that Plas Newydd found itself in the headlines again.
But this time it wasn't military prowess or daredevilry on the battlefield that earned column inches for Henry Cyril Paget. It was instead his all-encompassing passion for the dramatic arts.
This saw him become known as the Dancing Marquis.
Author Ruth Richards has been exploring the life of the man who injected a shot of glam into staid Edwardian society.
So this is him. Am I the only one who's spotting a slight similarity here to Freddie Mercury? I mean,
yes.
With the moustache.
It's often been commented. And he does have a kind of almost psychedelic look as well.
What do you make of him?
I'm absolutely besotted with him. He is such an enigma. Were it not for these photographs, you'd almost find it difficult to believe that such a character
could have existed.
Could have existed. If there was an Edwardian equivalent of a rock and roll lifestyle, certainly Henry Cyril Paget lived it.
If he's a dancing Marquis, it rather suggests to you that maybe he wasn't the marrying type. Did he marry?
Yes, he did. He married his cousin Lillian. On their honeymoon in Paris, he bought her an entire window display of jewels.
What's not to like?
What's not to like?
Who wouldn't stick with a guy like that?
But all he wanted to do, confounding expectations again, was drape her in as many jewels as he could get his hands on and just gaze at her naked in jewels.
I'm beginning to get a picture of this man. So,
yeah.
How long did this marriage last?
They managed 3 years.
Right.
But the marriage was annulled, not surprisingly, on the grounds of non-consummation.
Henry Cyril's annual income from the family's various estates would be worth nearly £15 million in today's money.
What did he spend it on?
His own personal theatre.
Right.
He turned the chapel into the Gaiety Theatre.
And this is it? That's a glorious little theatre.
Absolutely. And he employed a troupe of professional actors.
But he's a part of them.
He is.
This is him in the middle in the costume.
Yeah, and he'd always bag the best parts and the best costumes. But what's interesting is that it was less exclusive than you might think, because all the productions were free of charge and local people were invited to see them.
So I suspect they rather loved the local lord of the manor then, didn't they, in that he was inclusive rather than keeping them out?
Well, I imagine it was also rather nice having such high wattage glamour right on your doorstep.
Were there other extravagances apart from the theatricals?
His cars wafted perfume from their exhaust pipes.
No.
Absolutely.
That's taking it to the nth degree, isn't it?
Well, yes, everything in the world of Henry Cyril Paget was embellished. His poodles were dyed...
What, pink?
Presumably.
All this extravagance, was it sustainable?
Of course not. He racked up debts to the equivalent value of 50 million.
That's a big debt.
And he was declared bankrupt in 1904, and he left in exile for the continent.
So in 6 years, he'd racked up debts of 50 million equivalent.
And he died in Monte Carlo.
Oh.
Of tuberculosis, with Lillian, his ex-wife, by his side.
At what age?
29.
So from coronation and robes and becoming a marquis and having this woman that you're draped with jewels and diamonds, extravagant theatricals, all this done, and £50 million equivalent debt owed by the age of 29.
After his disgrace came the Great Anglesey Sale, an attempt to pay off Henry Cyril Paget's eye-watering debts. It took 40 days, and there were at least 17,000 lots. I've been given a rare glimpse at the original auction catalogues, which paint a striking picture of the 5th Marquis and his wild lifestyle.
Hang on, look at this. A handsome and costly brown sable overcoat with 20 tails and 10 head fronts, satin lining.
Yes. I think that was one of the items that did not do as well as expected.
Horses, carriages, harness, motor cars, slippers, 3 pairs, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, 17, 4 pairs of fancy leather with monogram. Yeah. How many slippers does a man need?
But really, it's quite moving and it's quite sad to see so many very, very personal effects going under the hammer. His underwear, his perfume, even his pets.
Sporting dogs, Burton Ruth, Brownie, Sweep, fancy having to sell your dogs.
Absolutely, and
when you've got to sell your pets and your knickers, life's come to a pretty pass, hasn't it, really?
Pretty much, yes.
It's just fascinating.
It's perfect, isn't
There's
it?
a life in these auction catalogues, isn't there, really?
Yes.
It's sad to think that there's barely any trace left of the fabulous 5th Marquis, his lavish wardrobe, the chic Parisian dressing gowns, the furs, all sold to pay his creditors. The jewels alone fetching the equivalent today of around £7 million.
Most of his creditors got their money back.
What did his family make of him?
The title and what was left of the estate went down to his cousin Charles Paget, and he immediately destroyed all that was left of his personal effects and unfortunately all of his papers. And needless to say, the Gaiety Theatre was no more, so there was an attempt to whitewash him out of history.
But from our point of view, and thanks to researchers like you, his colour has come back to flush the stone of Plas Newydd and remind us that he did exist. He brought colour, life, gaiety.
And it's wonderful to see him celebrated.
The 5th Marquis's star burned brightly, but all too briefly here at Plas Newydd. But another flamboyant Victorian is positively celebrated at National Trust property Hawker's Hut. Susanna Lipscomb is on the north coast of Cornwall to uncover the story of its charismatic and nonconformist 19th century creator.
The Reverend Robert Stephen Hawker was the vicar here from 1834 to 1875. He was renowned as a bit of an eccentric. He wore outlandish outfits. He liked to smoke a bit of opium. And he was a well-known poet. His work was praised by Charles Dickens and Sir Walter Scott. But on this stretch of the North Cornish coast, he is perhaps best known for his hut.
Nestled on the cliff tops, a short walk from the village of Morwenstow, is Hawker's Hut. The Trust's head ranger, Jeff Charrington, takes up the story.
Reverend Hawker turns up to Morwenstow as the vicar in 1834. He's only 31, so he's a young lad, but there hasn't been a vicar for 100 years in the parish. So he's coming into a parish that's, to him, quite unruly, full of brigands and smugglers, and sets about creating quite a Christian parish.
So why did he build this? So perhaps he came and sat here and looked out at the sea and used it as a lookout point, perhaps?
He was aware that there were many shipwrecks along this coast, and he was more concerned about giving the shipwrecked sailors a Christian burial, so he had them brought up, buried. But he also knows there's a lot of timber there, all the timbers from shipwrecks, so as you look around the hut, you can see actually there are ship's timbers.
It's certainly a good view, and I suppose it could be quite inspiring.
Good. Well, he wrote the Song of Western Men, which is now the Cornish national anthem.
Tell me, on the scale of National Trust properties from sort of, castles all the way down, it's got to be one of the smallest ones, right?
Yeah, compact and bijou.
Hawker's Hut wasn't the only thing the Reverend built on his arrival at Morwenstow. He also commissioned the vicarage, where he lived for nearly 40 years. It's now home to Jill Welby, who's amassed a vast array of rare Hawker artefacts.
Jill, this is the most amazing collection. Tell me about what you've got.
We've got lots of Hawker's letters,
his thought books, lots of photographs. This is Hawker over here. He was most unusual. He always wore a fisherman's jersey. He wouldn't wear any black at all, which was most unusual for clergy. The only black item he wore was socks that the school children used to knit for him. And he built the school and paid the school teacher, so he was very patriarchal.
He sounds like such a character.
He was.
He was quite eccentric, wasn't he?
He was very, very eccentric. Well, the chimneys of the house are very eccentric too, because the one in the kitchen is the exact shape and dimensions of his mother's tomb, which is a little odd.
That is quite macabre. And what else have we got here? So this is his annotations on his own poem?
Yes, corrections.
He was pretty well known as a poet, wasn't he?
He was.
So this one is written to Alfred Tennyson.
Yes.
So he had friends in high places.
He did.
And this one?
The Fatal Ship.
Signed by him.
Yes.
The fatal ship, down the deep sea, 4 fathoms down, an iron vault has clutched 500 men. That's quite evocative, isn't it? Given that we can see the sea from here.
And hear the wind.
That would have taken down the ships.
Yes, and as he got older, he would get very distressed by the thought of more ships being wrecked along this coast. It just used to make him cry when the wind got up. He just couldn't bear it, because they would give them all a Christian burial.
So a real labour of love.
It was.
1 year alone, Reverend Hawker had to deal with 15 shipwrecked bodies. He brought them here to his churchyard at Morinstow to lay them to rest.
The Reverend Hawker is one of history's big personalities, but Plasnewydd is a home that's also proving to be full of larger-than-life characters. And the 6th Marquess was no exception, judging by the remarkable legacy he left from his time as head of this grand house. Plasnewydd in North Wales is the ancestral seat of the Pagets. Henry William Paget was made the first Marquess of Anglesey in recognition of his military bravery. But Henry Cyril, the 5th Marquess, bankrupted the family with his theatrical excess. And today, I'm delighted to be meeting a present-day Paget, Lord Rupert, who grew up here and has promised to share some family secrets.
Rupert, explain to me your relationship to the Marquess of Anglesey.
Well, I am one of 5 children of the 7th Marquess of Anglesey, so I was brought up here, and for most of that time, this house, believe it or not, we lived in all of it.
Did you?
All 70 rooms of it. But come the 70s, Dad was very keen on a National Trust and very keen to preserve the house, so it was passed over to the National Trust. At the time, when you're living as a child in this vast house, you don't think it's particularly strange.
What sort of things happened?
Standing where we are now, in the summertime, rolling down the great steep lawn there, seeing who could get here fastest, we had an aunt and husband living across the other side of the Menai Strait, and Dad had an enormous megaphone, so they'd have these ridiculous conversations going on.
What, shouting across the strait?
Yes.
Are there secrets about the house?
There are indeed. I mean, one particular one, the food that used to come to this house, you didn't have local supermarkets, so it came in by sea. But it was never visible because underneath this land here, there is a tunnel that goes from the house down to a dock.
So a secret tunnel?
Yes, indeed.
Can we go down the dock and see it?
I can show you the other end of it, where the food came out of.
Oh, can't wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
This hidden labyrinth underneath the castle and its grounds is most definitely not on the usual visitors' route.
Right, down into the bowels.
It's a real privilege to be given a guided tour by someone with such intimate knowledge of the house.
Right, come through this way. Be careful, it's a bit slippery.
Gosh, so this is a sort of cellar?
Yes, indeed. Fridges weren't exactly around in those days.
No.
And I suppose after you brought the stuff up the tunnel, keep it cool here, and then take it up to the kitchens as required.
This would have been a hive of activity, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, must have been, yes.
And that's...
Well, that's where we're going in a minute.
The tunnel?
It's a bit dark.
Come on, then.
Carry on.
Oh. Dripping chambers.
Yes, indeed.
We've got stalactites here.
It's quite scary if you were scared of such things.
And this is the tunnel?
Yeah, indeed. Come down, have a look.
Hidden beneath the cellars, this vast network of tunnels dates from the 18th century.
Goodness me, what a trek. I mean, to come down here all the time for food.
Yeah, indeed.
It's not like going to the fridge for a packet of frozen peas, is it?
Indeed.
I don't suppose the master of the house ever did it, though, did he?
I very much doubt it. I think he probably left it to the servants, of which I imagine there must have been a lot, because there's a lot of work to do carrying all this food up here.
But by the time you were born, presumably not so
long gone. We had shops by then.
Yeah, much easier. Go on then, let's see if we
Carry
can
on.
get down to the end. Funny to think that this would just have been a part of their everyday life several times a day.
Absolutely, and as you say, just completely normal, whereas to us it seems very abnormal.
This is the end then?
Yes, indeed, with this amazing ladder coming down from
Sort
the
of like
dock
horseshoes
above.
coming out the wall.
They
So-
really do look like that.
So, having come along this passage, they've got to get up these iron horseshoes.
Yeah, indeed, all the way up, coming from the dock, where I imagine they pass the food down.
This is no job for an ordinary housemaid.
No.
Do you know, the thing I've come to realise about the Pagets is that even the way they got their groceries was dramatic.
I'm afraid you're right.
Come on.
This incredible subterranean world is just another fascinating layer in this riveting adventure through Plas-Newydd's history. And the story of the 6th Marquis, who was Lord Rupert Paget's grandfather, is another example of how this grand house continues to astonish. I'm back with the Trust's Lynn Crane.
Oh my goodness.
To find out about his relationship with an intriguing and brilliant British artist who left a stunning and lasting impression upon this elegant house.
I am such a fan, I know exactly who this is. This is Rex Whistler, and I've loved his work like forever. It's so beautiful, and it's enormous.
I know.
The British artist Rex Whistler was born in 1905 and was known for his prodigious talent from an early age. This mural was to be his masterpiece. The commission was agreed in 1936, with Whistler deciding not to paint directly onto the wall, but instead onto canvas to avoid any distracting joins. And in late June 1937, the painted canvas was transported to Plas-Newydd and carefully fixed in place to spectacular effect.
Do you know, some famous art dealer said to me once, "Have you ever seen a painting that made you cry?" And I said, "No." And I think I probably have now. It's so beautiful.
The title of the artwork is The Kingdom by the Sea.
And indeed it is.
And it's all the family's favourite places and Rex Whistler's favourite places as well.
So Whistler was a friend of the family?
He was a friend of Lady Caroline Paget, and they came together on the train from London Euston, Easter 1936, to meet Charles, her father, the 6th Marquis of Anglesey, to discuss what they could put on this wall.
You know those paintings where people say, the more you look at it, the more you see? Well, you could be in here for years. Ornate cupolas and statues and churches. Any significance in the figures? There's a man with a broom.
There is, actually. That's Rex Whistler himself. And that was one of his signatures. He did that quite a lot, actually.
And then, following this amazing town landscape down, the dominant feature in this part of the painting are these two enormous trees which almost sort of intertwine.
So you've got the two trees entwined, which is a symbol of love, and the one on the left is flourishing and alive, and the one on the right is withering and dying.
Oh, so who's withering and dying?
I know. We've got Lady Caroline Paget on the left, really happy, and we've got Rex Whistler on the right that's not so happy.
He's in love with the daughter of the house.
Yes, he's desperately unhappy because he adores her, and the relationship isn't going maybe the way that he would like it to go.
Oh, my goodness.
But we have some secret letters that we can show you, and it'll make clearer the relationship between Rex Whistler and Lady Caroline Paget.
Oh, but I don't want to tear myself away from this painting, but I've got to follow the story. I've got to find out what happened, though I fear the worst. Farewell, beautiful painting. Oh. Plas-Newydd is the country seat of the Paget family, whose dramatic lives dominated this part of North Wales.
And the family drama continued through Lady Caroline Paget, a notable British socialite whose intriguing relationship with the artist Rex Whistler resulted in this stunning dining room mural. Within this fabulous scene, Whistler declared his love for Lady Caroline by depicting them as intertwined trees.
He's in love with the daughter of the house.
Yeah.
And the Trust's Lynn Crane has promised to show me how the Plas Newydd mural isn't the only way Whistler expressed his great love for the family's eldest daughter.
Oh, it's Lady Caroline. And this is Whistler's portrait of her.
It is, it is.
His dream girl.
His muse, if you like.
Yeah.
But did Caroline return Rex's love? This intimate correspondence, never normally seen by the public, holds the secret truth to their relationship.
Here we have some letters that were handwritten by Rex Whistler to Lady Caroline.
Oh, my goodness. So this is a letter. Darling Caroline, please could I see you sometime and perhaps waltz with you once or twice? Oh, it's so beautiful. We can have lovely waltzes and walks under the stars. There's a little drawing he's done here of him waltzing with her. There's something in this corner here. My sweet Caroline. And then, I love you, darling, still, even though you are so horrid.
Oh, dear.
I'm feeling for him. This is awful. Unrequited love.
She was clearly the one, basically. And we can see by these sketches here how obsessed he was.
There's a little oil painting of her here in the Altogether. Now, is this his imagination or was the relationship?
You see, we really don't know that.
That's very diplomatic. We'll gloss over that.
I think we should.
And then a piece of cardboard, the top of a box of camembert cheese. Sent to me from Normandy by Rex Whistler, sent to me, so this is presumably Caroline's writing. It arrived after he'd been killed, 1944. My darling Caroline, with love from me and Normandy. And a rose, the rose in the...
Yes, the rose from the painting. He was killed the very first day in battle. He's buried at Banijay in the cemetery there in Normandy.
Absolutely heartbreaking.
Yes, very sad.
Oh, dear. Cheer myself up now. It's a heartbreaking love story and a heartbreaking end to a life. Poor Rex Whistler.
The reality of Whistler's heartache is depicted in the famous dining room mural. He painted himself and his muse as Romeo and Juliet, star-crossed lovers whose passion also ended in tragedy. Shabby Corsandi is in Kent, uncovering another ill-fated love affair, which played out against the backdrop of the ancient estate at Sissinghurst Castle.
The prolific poet, author Vita Sackville-West lived for more than 30 years in this beautiful, vast Elizabethan castle. And the passion with which she lived her life, even from our perspective today, was really quite extraordinary.
On the face of it, Vita's life here was a picture of Edwardian upper-class respectability, raising her two sons with her husband Harold Nicholson on the vast castle estate.
Much of her life was very well documented, but it was only after her death that certain, much more intimate aspects of her life really came to light.
To help me delve further into this intriguing story is Sissinghurst curator, Dr. Jerzy Kirkuk-Bilinski.
Hello!
Hello, Shappy.
Jerzy, tell me more about Vita. She wasn't a conventional woman, was she?
In many respects, she certainly wasn't. She was born, though, to one of the most aristocratic families in this country, the Sackville-Wests. She wrote an extensive series of novels, wrote for The Observer, she had a long-standing column, and, of course, she created this extraordinary garden with her husband, Harold.
In terms of her relationships, how did that pan out? Because I know she had relationships outside of her marriage, too.
She did, yes. We know that she had one affair with a man when she was young. Her other relationships were with women.
To explore one of Vita's most significant affairs, I've been given the privilege of visiting her private writing rooms.
Wow, what a beautiful room this is.
When she was alive, she allowed very few people to come into this space. It was very much her sanctuary.
And I'm intrigued by this beautiful painting of this very attractive woman?
It's a portrait by an artist called Sir John Lavery, and it's a portrait of a very special person in Vita's life, Violet Keppel, her lover.
Vita and Violet first met in 1904 when they were 12 and 10 years old. But their relationship intensified years later, around the time they're both married.
This poem, written in French, Vita was fluent in French.
Of course.
And it's a work that we very recently discovered. So it's a rare example of a lost work by Vita.
What a find.
I listen to your chatter and give thanks to the gods for the honest friendship which made you my companion. But in the heavy fragrance of intoxicating night, I search on your lip for a madder caress.
This was a real love, a very deep love that they
Very much so.
They couldn't express publicly or openly.
It would have been socially impossible for both of them.
Vita's affair with Violet came to a head in 1920 when they decided to elope together to France. In a jealous rage, their husbands gave chase.
Harold and Dennis fly over to France to get their wives back to England. And in fact, Harold, I think in this instance, you can see that he is quite jealous of Violet, jealous about the fact that she has Vita's attention and love. And although the relationship with Violet did continue over the next year, by 1921, really, it was played out.
Vita's relationship with Violet marked the start of a long string of affairs, most notably with author Virginia Woolf. But a recently unearthed collection of personal photo albums shows that Vita's heart belonged here at Sissinghurst with her family. And senior house steward Helen Davis is giving me a rare opportunity to have a look.
Hi, Helen. Hi. These look kind of glorious.
They are pretty wonderful. These are 13 photograph albums that we've recently acquired and are a brand new acquisition for Sissinghurst. So
oh, wow.
These just haven't been seen before, which is so exciting. They tell us such a snapshot of Vita and Harold's lives, how they used this as a family home here at Sissinghurst. Violet was a fleeting love affair, but long term it was Harold that was really this constant steady in Vita's life.
Do you know what's really special is looking at these albums and seeing them as a family. These are normal family photos that happen to be in a castle in 450 acres. It's a display of their devotion, isn't it?
Very much so.
What an incredible life Vita and Harold had together. Their friendship was deep enough and strong enough for their marriage to endure for 50 years. The path of true love never ran smooth, and no one knew that more than Vita and Harold.
Vita and Harold's intriguing lives resonate here back at Plas Newydd, which has revealed itself to be a house full of surprises.
And it's the dramatic backdrop for heroic endeavour, high emotion and creative expression.
There's been battlefield bravery and sacrifice, wild extravagance, financial ruin, artistic excellence and unrequited love.
And this house stands as a testament to those who've called it home, and their courage, their vigour and their passion for life.
Next time, I'm at Kingston Lacey in Dorset.
This is elaborate in the extreme.
Uncovering the little-known details behind its extravagance.
We're looking at something that's approximately 2,000 years old.
Goodness me.
Exploring the secret life of its flamboyant owner, William Banks.
He was caught in Green Park in flagranti.
And Joan Bakewell follows a Kingston Lacey painting that could just be a masterpiece.
Lo and behold, we have a face.
Extraordinary.